and apparently no amount of begging to these people to rationalize anything um, means anything to them. So
I see.
that's where we are today. I guess we will speak on one or two things, but I think on the agenda might be other things that might take precedent over other things. Um, One definitely being the fact that we need to have a way to beef up the security in the township, find a way that each town can communicate with each other in the event like happened yesterday. I mean, it was chaos. I got lucky because I happened to be out and about making social calls, so I got lucky.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, hopefully we didn't lose anybody.
Well, Mr. Astrid would know more. Currently, I am taking care of James at my house. That's where he'll be for the foreseeable future, given the extent of his injuries. I will pass by Miss Tina's house today to see if she's there or to find out where she's at in the event that she also needs some care. Make sure she has food or any of the other things that are needed. Um, yeah, just daily care. So I'm glad to know, Miss Kelly, that you're doing well.
Yeah, the rest did me some good, so.
So, should we inform the people of Last Bastion to not plead with these people anymore, the cult, and instead threaten them if they don't leave? That the
I,
defenses of Last Bastion will attack
um,
them?
no, I think that if, I mean, Lula can attest to this more because she was there. Mr. Rutter reported yesterday that Miss Tina was surrounded by a group. Group meaning, I would say, more than four is what I would consider a group. Um, that she couldn't get away. And so he attempted to intervene and got hurt in the process. They both got hurt in the process. Um, I think that the best thing to do is run if at all possible. Try not to get caught. Try not to be used as a hostage, if you will, that they can use against the township or your loved one for whatever it is that they're looking for.
Well, I don't mean if you're by yourself, you should be fighting for individuals. That yeah, I would agree with the running part. But if the
No, I mean if we're in a group and we can help each other defend against two or three of them, though according to Mr. Rutter, they were very strong.
well, have we found out anything about the generators that have been placed within each of our towns?
Well, for that you would have to go to the library. The library has shifted. It's I have to find out exactly where it was because when I went to see Violet yesterday, um, A lot of things have changed in the last day or two, and I'm trying to get my bearings on that. So I can't tell you exactly where to go to get the information. I do think it's at Murky Stone. Um, they have found out some stuff. Again, I haven't had a chance to go and read the material myself. Um, the day before
Right.
yesterday, when they did kind of attack a few people, I think they were feeling out the towns the day before. And the reason I make that statement is because Cassius, who came by here on like rounds, he was just checking the townships to see what was going on. We had a conversation, and he had been one of those people the day before who had been kind of taken and interrogated by these people, and his experience was that they question you about things. Uh, they put things in front of you to see if you react to things. And I couldn't understand the concept, and I still don't understand why they would do that. But during our conversation, I said, well, if they put any kind of fish in front of me, it would, I would have a reaction to that because I'm allergic to fish. So if they're looking for a reaction, just put that kind of food in front of me, and they'll see a reaction. So I'm not understanding what they're looking for. If they're looking for monsters, they should look at themselves in the mirror. That's my opinion. But
I
yeah,
see. So it might be behoove us all to go to the library and better
mm-hmm,
inform ourselves and make sure we
mm-hmm.
pass on this information. I feel like our town is usually the last to know in, in passing this type of information around.
I think in general, I think so. I think that if anyone would know a little bit, I'm sorry to continue to use you, but as Lula might have a little bit more understanding or information in relations to, because I think she has participated in one or two of the expeditions. I'm not sure. Can't say 100%. But
I don't
again,
like
in
being
the
this close
last
to the
2 or 3
wall.
days, things have been very chaotic, is all I can say.
Let's see. We should probably wait for Mr. Samuel for any more information.
Oh, definitely. Well, he and his wife were also accosted on the bridge
Oh,
the day before yesterday. So, for whatever reason, these cultists attacked 2 days in a row, which I have never heard of before.
What? No, we didn't. What?
hmm.
Yes, Mr. Anderson, it's a lot going on.
Macaroni?
I think we need to double our efforts on seeing how we can slow down these attacks somehow. Other than just manpower, there has to be something behind it all. I mean, they can't just be religious for the sun, as far as I know. What, do we even know what they're trying, what their goal is?
Well, Cassius just mentioned two things. One, stop the research, which is something that they made a statement of stop the research. And the second thing is,
Sorry, Miss Lee. Who said the cultist said stop it?
yes. So Cassius told me that one of the statements coming from the cultists when they attacked the day before yesterday was stop the research.
Do we know what exactly they're talking about in this instance?
I guess the fact that we're looking at these statues with the golden rings on them. That's the only thing I know is being researched. The statues in front of the carriages, the machines, whatever they are.
Why are people researching those? What's the importance of them? The things on the statues, that is.
No, at the moment, they were trying to research the machines that were left behind.
Oh.
At the moment, I still don't know the purpose of said machine. Besides, sunlight is being fed to a crystal by the magnifying glass, and then towards the generator.
I hate that I freaking can't see their faces because of the damn wall.
Yes, the quartz crystal. Yes, it is being heated with that mirror or piece of glass.
Maybe they're giving a warning to stop investigating this stuff. I mean,
are we really going to listen to people who previously to these items being put in our town were already kidnapping different people of the land?
no.
I mean, that was, yeah, sorry, it was kind of an open-ended question, but I mean, they are the ones that started this, and they have been kidnapping our people just because they fling their swords around and act as they own the lands themselves, because they feel that the sun religion is whatever to them. I still don't quite understand their aspects of their religion, but now they get more aggressive because they place things in our towns and become more aggressive when we want to know what they even do. That's just my thought on it, and it's quite upsetting that they would do this just for looking at what is placed within our land and what they do to our people.
I can't really talk on it because I have not been in participation of any of these attacks. I have been asleep both times. I just go on hearsay, and I don't really think it's proper for me to actually speak on the subject, only being told about it. So
I've never bear witness either, Miss Kelly, but as a counselor for Last Bastion, I feel that if this is happening to our people and other people within their land, I feel like I need to put myself in a position and a side. And my side is to defend our people and help them in.
Well, most definitely, but
Oh, yes.
we are losing people. I mean, we just lost August. He moved out, so we're down one of our.
That's it.
So, I mean, we don't have a lot of people to help fight for our town, like physically fight, unless we do some training and get some people trained to.
And I believe Mr. Samuel will be talking more on that tonight. Since he was put in charge of training the guardsmen and uh, others in the defense of this town.
Really, I don't know here what you said, but I gather a piece of it. I did speak with Mr. Dean more recently, and for what I need him to do, he is willing to lead any militia that we can gather together. So I explained to him it was no what do you call it? Like, it wasn't like he has to put the militia together and train them and everything like that. I was telling him it just somebody to take that leadership position. If shit had like just if it just I don't know if we got onto cooperate. I'm trying. Okay. So basically, he would be the head of all of the militia should any danger come to Bastion, right? He would be the one that they would take their orders from, versus like the town's court, it was a completely separate thing.
I still think we need to join forces with Grimwood and see if we can have our teams. No, okay.
Here's the reason why if I'm going to join forces with anyone. Also, what I was just told a few moments ago, which is why it took me a bit longer. The Trusovs, they showed up here with their family and fought back the Kotas, and the people at Greenwood just got their arses kicked. So if we're going to arrive with anyone, I'd prefer it to be them, because they showed up in the hour of need, fought back, and actually keep the infirmary of doctors at one. That's just my point on it. That is tried and true, it is proven, and that would be the preferable course of action in actual defense. The Greenwood, they how's the word? They're a bit
Don't
on the
have the
weak side.
capability.
Exactly, they are lacking in capability.
They
As
have
no matter.
a very small constabulary. They have to fend for their own.
Right, so that's just my opinion. No matter if we're going to arrive with somebody for the sake of the funds, I'd rather it be a smaller, more elite group than a bigger, crappier one, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The quality of a fighter is more important than the number.
Well, I fear quality is very limited for us. We would have to train people for that.
But that's the thing that I gotta get that together whenever I manage to get some time. I'd like to make an actual schedule, but it's hard to do with my schedule. Weekends are usually the best time. people tend to fuck off then and go every which way.
That's what they do.
Well, I mean, then I guess that's where discipline comes in. I mean, it's either get together and do it proper or suffer the consequences like we did yesterday. And again, I don't know if we lost anyone, but a lot of people got hurt. And for the next couple of days, a lot of people are not going to be in any position to be able to defend themselves.
Hi, Bamp. I'm alright.
Either way, we're going to have a big sort of training happen. Also, is not really fair because it seems like the cultists are most active on the weekends as well.
Shit.
They don't really do too
No.
much any other team. But I kind of also need that team to train people.
It's a town hall meeting for the last
But at the
bastion,
same
the
time, I also
humans.
like to personally train them to where I think
I can't
this is-
change my camera
this is
view.
what you are by far best at. If I think that you're a team that would benefit more from using daggers, I'm going to tell you that's what I think you should do. If I think that you'd benefit more from using a fucking ball, that's what I'm going to tell you to do, and I'm going to find your armor,
Me too.
your weapons around that.
I can't
Whatever I think
move
suits you
because
best.
I'm gonna be interrupting.
Then maybe we can arrange an event for training. Maybe not call it training. Maybe we call it a game, and maybe put up little walls out to the southeast in the sand, and people can fight against one side and the other, and whoever takes the jar or item and brings it back to their castle wins. And you can see and help people as you see fit as a judge per se. For
If
the-
I can, well, that would be good if we're doing like team battles. I could see where people would need to increase their ability, because the main problem with people fighting in a group is everyone wants to be a hero or everyone wants to be a coward. There is never an in between, and that's where somebody who fights together with someone else quite frequently knows the best way to fight. It's like no matter what, there are certain people that will know how I'm going to fight at all. They will know how best to apply themselves to deal the most amount of damage without getting. And those are the kinds of
that's
things that.
Oh,
They don't know how to back off and let someone else in. They get others hurt.
Right.
They don't wish to.
That's
Oh,
the
it-
thing, theory. Communication is key in any kind of. If I'm in there, right, and all of a sudden I've exhausted myself, right, that of me staying in there trying to fight or completely exhausted. All I have to do is hold alright, switch or whatever word you come up with and before the battle starts, right, and switch or back out or go ahead or whatever you choose, right, as long as your team knows that they'll know that they're sending the next fighter in, and you use that like that, and that they use your primary fighter, your off fighters, your substitution to be able to get in there, so that way your primary fighting burst rate can rest up a bit and regain their energy. And
Wait, does it say GTA in my
they
title? It doesn't, does
throwing a
it?
bunch of pebbles at a shield is going
You
to
should
break
come
it.
play with
When
us.
in fact what
Bring
you
your
is
what's her name? What's her
a
name?
boulder, right? Which is why I say so. It's quality
Emilia.
over quantity.
And hi.
So
I
that's
hear
just the
AP
bit of
say that
stuff
every
we
time
need
I
to do.
see it typed.
It's
Hi,
going to
hi.
happen. It has to happen, or we are going to suffer
How are you?
so many more
What are you up to
heartbreaks
today?
and devastations amongst the populace of our team.
Yeah, but you can remake him.
well, something I've seen in the past is that as a judge, you
You just remake
walk
and
or
everything starts
crawl,
over.
walk and run. I would say before
You
the
could say
event,
you're out on a hunting
crawl.
trip or something.
Teach them how to, or let them observe and see how a functioning team works with attacking an individual by.
Fine, it's
Huh?
I saw her get up and punch Violet's in a council meeting. I love it.
I
Spoke.
didn't mean to do that.
Does she work at the brothel now?
Well,
What is she
and then,
wearing?
Challenging Mr. Samuels to
I
a
think so.
fist fight?
No, I was just excited to get up.
Okay.
Goody, so
I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson. Go ahead.
Apologize.
But it's all quite alright. But after you show them, you let the teams practice on their own and watch them, observe them, give them little
Where is the sitting
advice
emote
here and there,
that I was just
and then
using?
let the games begin right after, and see how they fare on their own, without any explanation or help.
I do not want to
Definitely
sit on the
would be-
floor.
designated cells, right? That we if anything were to happen, those people would know who they need
Ignore
to
me.
be
Just
with.
fucking.
There also needs to be coordination between those cells as well.
And that's
Does
what
that
they
make sense?
learn by doing.
Oh my god. I
Right,
just
but
want to
it's
sit
difficult to
down
do coordination
with
by
my
cells
legs
versus
closed.
coordination by your team members. Right? So basically,
You're
the primary
not-
part is if we set 3 to 4 people per one team.
No, my
right,
skirt is
they
like
get used
up.
to fighting with each other,
That's
and then the
terrible.
other people they're used to fighting with each other.
Where the fuck
But
are the
then they'd
sitting
have to know
emotes
when
without sitting?
Who goes where, right?
Sit.
Also, the problem is no
Close
one
your
will ever be
legs,
fighting any
wench.
of these cultists alone.
I can't
Before
take
you
it. I
came
can't
in,
take
Miss
it.
Celine told us about how Miss Tina was not able to defend herself, and that.
Why can't I find the
forgot-
emote?
I believe it was Yulula said that these individuals are extremely strong, probably even stronger than any of our strongest warriors, even yourself.
They're not strong, they're durable. There's a difference.
They're what?
They're durable. Or to kill, right? They're durable.
They may be terrible, but
No,
you don't know the qualities of our people.
can somebody translate for me, please?
Durable.
Terrible. I heard.
No, durable. Durable.
Durable. Oh, durable. I gotcha.
Right. They don't know hit very hard, right? Even with their focused attacks on me, he was still able to get in and deal some serious damage. But kind of straight up, there was a bunch of them on me when I used to I did not last very long.
You also not in the battle last night, though. I would definitely listen to those that were affected by them.
Can you change your hands when you sit in this position?
Was I gonna fuck all of them that right? They're a better state of battle. Mine was mine.
What I hear, there are quite a lot of it. Some were skilled. I'm not sure though.
That's
Oh, the
Kinda.
explosions. There were also explosions. A lot of explosions, so I heard.
It must have been the damn lightning again.
Yes, that's what Mr. Rudder said.
Lightning in a bottle.
Maybe
Eula,
As,
hello, hello.
they're all cowards
Thank you for the
anyway.
Twitch
Good job,
Prime.
baby.
That's what they are. If you have to ambush people when they are least expecting it to win your fight, that's not a warrior. That is child growing up. Trying
Dealing with warriors, we're dealing with fanatics.
Right, yeah. They need to just go to fuck on somewhere.
You're gonna fuck on somewhere.
No, they need to go to fuck on somewhere.
Oh,
They need to to move on. They
I
need
love
to
his
go somewhere
accent.
else.
Spar.
I see.
You already don't look at them favorably because basically these people show up out of nowhere, right? From nowhere, like gods. They have the durability of a god. They attack without warning or conversation or even saying anything. Like cowards, and then they disappear just as quickly before anyone can muster any kind of force to fight against them. It's no battle that solitary crowds just do what they do. Fanatics are no, there should be honor, but they have none.
Well, then how do you suggest we train our people this coming weekend then? And how will we give notice to them and get them to come?
Whether or not they come is entirely up to them.
Is there not a
It's
chair
no matter of getting
option?
them to come as where they want to. They can either choose to make themselves better or they can not. That's up to them. But as far as training them goes, it's going to have to be both single and team battles. And it's going to have to be like a spar, right? And when I watch two individuals spar, right, I can determine how best to apply their talents in the right direction and set them on the path of learning and a weapon perhaps or whatever, depending on how they fight. Then when we set up two separate teams, we need to have those two teams spar and go calling out and communicating.
All right. When will this be and what time?
Let's shoot for Saturday. What's a good team? I don't know. Usually the coldest are acting up around 8 by the eastern stars, so maybe we need to do it a bit earlier in the day, around 3 or 4 by the east.
They will probably be licking their wounds for a bit, but
I'm just trying to make sure that the people at least have some kind of training before anything kicks off.
Well, I would only suggest then to either put up a notice today or tomorrow and then let the council know so we can spread the word and help in this endeavor to train our people to help be able to defend themselves.
Right. And then after I give them their rudimentary training, what they're going to need to do as practice. And the best way that I can see for anybody that has to run into a cultist, if you do run into a cultist, you need to make sure that you are putting your defense first in all things. Means if you need to roll away, you roll away. If you need to use a shield, you use a fucking shield. Right, defense first. Avoid getting hit. That's better than taking a hit full on, right?
Oh, of course.
There are too many people that get too aggressive when they fight, and that's fine for somebody if you've got the heartiness to back it up. But for others, that is detrimental to your health. I don't know. I'll get a figure. I'll get a posting up as invite. I'm assuming Darren and Master are not coming.
All right. We'll await your word, Mr. Samuel. Or at least I will. I can't. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the council.
Alright, look at that setup. Get some warriors fighting. And then I'm going to, what I would like to do is figure out if we can get some kind of consensus sign up sheet of all the people. They need to know who our spellcasters are, so you can most effectively use them in a tactical way.
Sounds good. Maybe we can get Miss Genevieve to maybe contract out her to make those items.
What items?
Weapons, maybe to see different weapons so people can try different things so you can see
Yeah.
what's best for them.
Yeah. So basically, the way that I do, as far as what somebody is passed with, I watch how they fight, not what they're fighting with. It's like I myself personally, right, doing right deadly with a hammer, right, a big one, right. But I don't use that. I don't. It makes me feel really brutal and mean when I try and hammer, because I would hate to die by getting my bones crushed and not just getting my head severed. So I just my principle, I don't do it.
Very good.
Hooray.
Don't forget to ask for help, Mr. Samuel. We're all here to help each other.
Sorry, I don't normally do that, but I'll try to remember.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if writing is not your best thing, maybe one of us could write it for you to give you some more time to set up for planning.
That would be greatly appreciated, actually, because I was just dreading having to write a stupid letter or notice or whatever.
What would you like it to say again? Saturday at what time?
Let's go with fuck,
Oh, that's a good time. I love that time.
hey, let's just go at 5 p.m. by the Easter. That's what I'll do, 5 p.m. Easter. Thursday.
Okay, and where would you like them to come to meet?
We'll meet here in front of the city hall, and then we'll move to a
Okay.
different location.
And then finally, you said that you wanted like a sign-up sheet. Did I understand that correct?
Not so much a sign-up sheet. Right? I just need to know who amongst our populace has access to the arcane.
I would keep that information close if I were you, considering we don't know the cultist stance on that.
Well, they'll learn what the book does. Once they start getting fireballs rained down upon their fucking head now.
It does seem they attacked indiscriminately, so...
Have they ever attacked Mortis?
Who?
There's
No.
nobody there to attack.
Mortis
Oh.
does
don't
have
believe.
Mortis does have residents. I was there yesterday evening. However, one of the men that lived there said that they were not attacked.
Well, are they participating in the research?
I don't know that.
Because my understanding that they're going after those who are actively investigating the machines, I was previously stated.
We should probably find more information about Mortis. They seem to be very quiet when it comes to these dealings, or really anything.
I only went there once. Had a nice conversation with a person there and didn't go back. Um, then again, in my defense, it wasn't a place where, according to them, I should be visiting. So um, that's because they had someone with them who was, well, not too happy that I was there. Oh, um, I don't know. That place in itself is kind of. I thought Murky Stone was murky.
It's actually developed quite a bit. They have shops there. They have a public spa.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's quite beautiful, actually. They were very inviting when we were there.
Right, I've only ever seen that place. That's creepy. What is that?
Maybe visit sometime. Maybe as a group.
Oh yes. Well, I don't know how much. I believe we need, and this is just me, uh, is put our efforts in finding out about these items, this generator and the quartz crystal that they have placed in each of our towns, and as well look into Mortis itself and see if they even have such a device that may lead us to some type of clue.
They do not have any such device.
Oh,
I was there recently, searching the town with another under Miss Gloria's instruction. There was no machines that we found.
oh.
There's
Sounds
not
like,
much of anything.
let's see. Sounds like we have our work cut out for us then. If there's nothing to be seen, why aren't they being hit like the rest of the towns?
I think what the lady said here is quite correct. They are going after those that have been prodding the most, trying to find answers.
Well, I have been prodding and trying to find answers as well, and yet I am still here untouched.
But
But you
Bastion
never
as a
asked.
whole wasn't.
No, that it wasn't.
I'm sure if you were here, you would have been attacked as well.
Maybe. I can't say for sure. But that still doesn't explain if the only way to research something is to have it within your lands, and if it's not within that city, there's no way for them to even research in the first place.
That's not entirely true, because I know that people of the Martin estate, well, they used to not have anything new, and they were researching in Silverfang, where they had one of these camps freely, so...
So that just means they only know somebody in Silverfang was researching, not specifically someone of Mortis.
Why do we have a vampire and werewolf in Last Bastion?
I'm a bit confused. Are you trying to say that you know someone from Mortis is researching and they have not been attacked, or...?
I'll agree with you that they could be. They're more likely researching in other towns and learning, but they we keep going on the knowledge that they attack the towns of people who have been researching, and yet Mortis, who has been researching in other towns, has not been attacked, nor has any generators or quartz crystals that we know of. So I would only assume that we should investigate the reason. Maybe they have something within their town that keeps these sun cultists away.
Perhaps they already worship the sun cultists.
Oh, very true. But I'll just leave that in your minds to decide on, and we can come back to it at a later time. Hopefully sooner than later. It seems that these kidnappings and attacks seem to be less and less sparse.
They are backwards.
Huh?
If you want to stop somebody from doing research on the or your stuff, right? Why would you not just remove that which they are researching?
Maybe their horses died after putting the generators there.
Why? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is why go to all of that trouble? Why come back and start killing people? That makes no fucking sense.
Horses
Could
aren't a
easily just
cultist
came in.
thing.
You got 12 fucking people with you.
I don't know where they picked up that horses are a
between
thing.
the 12 of you, you could just remove the generator or the crystal or whatever.
That's why we need to find more and advance our studies in these generators. Because for all I see, it's a device with a bunch of wires hanging out of it and a quartz crystal being amplified by the sun itself. That's all I could tell when looking at it. But Miss Celine did say there's more information within the Murky Stone Library about this. Correct, Miss Celine?
I believe that's where they're keeping the information.
So we may find more there. And before you came back, Mr. Samuel, we also discussed that maybe we should do better in getting knowledge as a community of Last Bastion to pass to the people, so we have a better understanding of things.
Like a little newsletter of some sort.
A newsletter or a word of mouth from us being I forget the word, but
And we see it as pretty more what's the word, reliable if we get a piece of paper and shove it in everyone's mailbox, right?
oh yeah,
Then they can read it and see it. Otherwise, word of mouth tends to deviate from the original text, as it were.
yes, you're quite right. And that's where I plan to go directly after this council meeting, is to go read those books to better understand what is happening within our lands.
It's Lula, that is where they're keeping most of the information. In the library in Murky Stone.
To my knowledge, reports of what have happened, but some information isn't there.
I was in Murkystone looking last night and I couldn't find anything. I don't-
Because the only other mention they've made was Violet's library. However, they have relocated and they're not where they used to be. So where would she have the information?
Who is Violet?
They have relocated to
Who is
the
Violet?
Martin estate in the Highlands, near Grimwood.
So the
So
library in
further-
Murky's not there anymore.
It is there, but I think a lot of information needs to be delegated to their.
I see.
Currently, a lot of information is held in the Science Society, but from what I understand, after the meeting, there's a board now and a bit more of an area to put that information regarding the research side of the cultist activity.
Right, their area that they have, their science area, that's, if you don't know us there, you will pass by it every.
Okay, so where is it exactly? Is it Murkystone or is it now by the Martin
It's in
estate?
Murkystone. So it's in
Ah.
Murkystone, then you have to go down this alleyway, and then you have to turn on the alleyway. This building, with a couple of different areas, but for the most part, it's right there. But it looks more like a place you would go to do shady dealings versus somewhere you go to dance.
Oh, goodness gracious. Because I know where the constabulary is. I go there to see anything that has to do with, crimes in the area. I was meaning to go to the library to update myself on any new books and notices and such. But I had no idea we had a science, alleyway.
It's very hidden and it's not very inviting, so I found it last night as well. I wasn't quite sure if it was supposed to be a private office or what. It was open, but it's a very long alley to get to the office there.
All right, I'm going to take a look at that today then.
All right.
I will too.
I think we've exhausted ourselves in talking about the cultists and what we can and can't do and what we should and shouldn't do. Would everybody mind to go on to the next topic?
Sounds good to me.
I was wondering if we would like to make the old Peggy Lee's barn into a stable for the town and in memory of Miss Peggy Lee and name it the Bastion Lee Stables.
A memorial of sorts.
Oh yes, just something simple and finally have stables for our city.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up because that was a topic I wanted to bring up as well. I'm in favor, yes.
I am no in favor.
I'm in favor.
Samuel,
Hmm?
did you say you were not in favor?
That's why I said I. That's what.
Okay, just making sure I understood that correctly.
Lula?
Yes.
Yes for the stables, or yes in confirmation I'm talking to you?
For stables.
Oh, very good. If you don't mind, Mr. Samuel, would you like to say why you said no?
Oh, right. The reason I said no is generally things like this, I understand you're trying to make a memorial, but Miss Peggy Lee had left Bastion before her demise, right? So she was not even a resident at the time. Secondly, like this are generally left for people who are Dragon pillar, right? And I cannot foresee having somebody openly petty towards people, right? As being able to hold a position of honor,
So then that's
stable or whatever.
so you're in favor of the stable, but not in favor of making it in remembrance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I agree with Samuel as well. I'm in the same position. I agree with the stables, but not necessarily in memory.
I see. Well, I will counter with some hardship. Mr. Samuel, this has nothing to do with self thoughts toward Miss Peggy and personal reasons.
I don't understand what you're saying.
This has nothing to do with personal reasons of not bringing in a memorial for Miss Peggy.
He's asking if there's no reason, there's no like personal feelings regarding the memorial towards this. Is there like something bad between you guys, or that? I mean, kind of like that thing.
I don't think he was asking. I think he was saying he has no personal reasons for it.
I think a memorial could be made somewhere else in Bastion for her.
That's not an entire building. You see, that's my only thing, right? I can understand, she has friends, right? And they want to make a memorial for her, that's fine. But to have an entire building named
I
for
think
her.
he's right. Like, my opinion's the same as his on it. And Peggy Lee's not dead. She's been turned into a vampire.
And then still prevail, right, until she started making a free. This has what it is, right? She was a citizen. If I died, I wouldn't want you to name a building after me. Unless I died, I don't know, bending off an entire horror or coming up, I don't know. Yeah, it'll have to be something amazing, right?
Not in my eyes. You are a council member of this town, and you've done your worth for this town.
I'm just saying, for me, as the deed has to resemble the honor that is being given. Right?
Sam, let me ask you: Do you own a horse? Do you have a horse?
I do have a horse.
Did you get the horse from Peggy's
No.
rescue place?
You said no.
Okay.
Well, then, as it be, then a stable is approved, but not in the name of Miss Peggy. I think we, as a council, at least all agree to that.
Yes.
Stable, yes, right.
Stable is a must, no matter the case.
Yes, agreed. Do you have...
Some of it be a big stable. There's a load of people live here.
There's a what?
Load of people that live here.
Oy, oy, oy.
The doctor,
Who's
Sebastian.
representing Dalen?
What?
I'm sorry. Who's representing Dalen's vote today?
Miss Emmy.
What? Oh,
Okay.
I don't know who's... I don't know.
Thaylen's the other council member.
No, I know that, but did he appoint somebody in his absence?
No.
Not that I know of.
He probably had some other arrangements that he needed to do, and for all we know.
I do want to bring up the topic of a hospital or clinic here. We've started the move of the town. Myself and Astrid will be working on that. We did speak with Sebastian and is it Kasha or something? Akasha?
I spoke to Kosher the other day, actually asked her if she'd swing in here every now and then. Because we have no doctor of our own.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is there anybody here in this town? Our village is very large. Like you mentioned, we have a lot of people that live here. Are there any doctors that could run a hospital here? I did tell them I would like to speak to the town first before we give them rights to our hospital. Because preferably I think we should have somebody that lives here run it versus somebody who lives in Grimwood run it.
I tried to get her moved here. I honestly thought, I said, John, come over to me. I'm using people right now. We need a doctor.
We do. And I'm opening a sweets shop, so we need a dentist too. But maybe poke around and see if anybody has those type of skills, or they'd like to go through the workshop that the doctors are they hosting a workshop or something to learn basic
they
medical
are.
treatment? Okay, so maybe if we find people...
Sebastian is holding workshops in Mackystone soon. Sorry.
No, that's fine. But maybe we can find somebody that would be willing to take on that position here in town.
Hopefully. I feel like most of the people of Last Bastion are more either warriors, tailors, armorers, or blacksmiths than anything else.
Well, I figure it right as I got the necessity type skills for fixing someone up, which means if you have been stabbed or cut open, I can stitch you up good enough and get you to the doctor, right? So if nothing else, I can do that, and then we can just put them on a cart to Murkystone.
I don't think that's within our best interests.
Well, it's a pair on note that obviously we need a doctor. But
Yes.
My brothers and I have basic medical skills, but it's not quite a role I can take on, so... I'd be willing to help anybody that needs it, though. Needs assistance.
I would say I'd learn how to fix people, but realistically, I don't think I'm adept enough to do so. Go to taking them apart, but putting them back together is not really
Hi,
something
Slap, how
I
are
can
you?
do.
Welcome back.
Does anybody know when the medical training starts?
I don't. I think there's notice up in Mackystone, or it's going to be there.
Okay, so, two motions set forth from what I remember. I kind of was lost in thought for a second. So we're establishing new stables. The township is moving down further west. A hospital is going to be implemented. A candy shop is going to open.
She doesn't have to put that in there.
We need persons who are interested in properly being trained in self-defense, defense of the town, will meet on Saturday at 5 p.m. at the Eastern Stars. And those who are interested in getting some medical training to hopefully maybe further their training and run the hospital here should then be
How are
on the
you?
lookout. Well, first be it known here in town, and then they will take the classes with Dr. Sebastian so that we can have our own medical doctor. Do I have all that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
I will, as I've done previously, these will be in detail in my book, which I will then forward to Ms. Astrid, and bullet points will be posted on the board. Well, that might be moving, so I'll wait for that to happen, and I will post the advertisements for the defense classes and for the medical training.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Miss Celine.
Next order of business.
I believe it's Miss Davenport's floor to speak of. What was it? Grimwood?
Yeah, but that was already kind of.
We didn't have to
yes,
vote
yes.
for anything.
I haven't spoke to Lord Victor.
So at the last meeting, to recap, there was the possibility of some type of collaboration between Grimwald and Last Bastion. Ms. Callie was supposed to follow up with Lord Victor. Upon a little bit clarification, it was, I think, Ms. Callie, can you refresh my memory? I know that you said that there was we had gotten it.
He just wants to have our council members meet his
Right.
council members. But from what I hear, their council switches every 2 weeks. So I don't know the point of meeting their council if they revote every 2 weeks.
Wasn't that what we were doing
Well,
too?
then that brings us full circle back to what Mr. Samuel said earlier in reference to one of the townships that's better established than the other township, and which one would afford us more support in the event of an emergency like yesterday, which is what I think he was trying to say and then what you just said, I mean.
Oh, she said
Yeah.
that
To the
really
count.
doesn't really negate what I was. Basically, what I was saying as the people that I would like to extend that offer to, or higher quality and more reliable in that sense. Grimwood, which they, I don't know, they seem kind of, I guess, haphazard, maybe as the best way to describe them. In terms of their entire organization, they don't. When I go in there and I see that people running about talking and everything, they have no semblance of any kind of order, like at all. As like they're being led by a court jester or something. This is only way. So.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just drop the whole Grimwood.
I mean, there's nothing to say that if we have, like, let's say, a social event, that they can't be invited and we meet them at that point in time. But I guess discussing more serious matters, you would then.
Tell them to fuck off. Lady.
Yeah, in a little nicer way though.
Really.
So, do we want to even bother talking to another town's council?
I think at this point, with all of the cultist attacks, it would be a good idea to set up all of the council's meeting, to be quite
Yeah,
honest.
I agree with that. That we should get all the councils together.
Silverfang, Mortis, if they have one, Grimwood, and here, everyone have a meeting of the leading minds.
What do you think about this, Mr. Samuel?
I think it's good, but I also think that it might also behoove us to what's the word I'm looking for? Send your match, right? So you got like your security specialist type councilmen that you all need to get together and have a proper defence and come into one deed and who and what and where necessary. But then there's also the need for other things as well. Because if we take all of the council, right, all of them, and let's see, we have 5, and Grimwood has 5, and Silverfang has 5, and Mortis has 5. You're looking at 20 people in one area. That's a lot of aces. That's a load of ideas that are going to be thrown out.
You can have
So-
certain people to rein them in.
Right. So my thinking is, if we separate them by what their area of expertise is for their council. So you have your guardsmen, you have your overall leaders like Mr. Asteroid or whatever, or you got the people who deal with the commerce, and you got the people, all of the different types of things, their particular specialty, and have them
Astrid's
separate. Right, but you have them separate and then have a conversation, all amongst their ilk, their own type, and then bring that back to their group, and then a group discusses it or whatever, and then you send your leader person, which would be Miss Esther, I guess, is in this up to speak for the entire group on all things and their
Right,
idea.
but do you agree on that being a good idea at all? Besides
Yes.
all of the... Okay, then.
That's a good idea for everyone to speak, but it's not a good idea for everybody to speak without having directions.
Right, Astrid's really good with that, too. Like you said.
We can just see them being trampled underfoot with their voices.
Astrid would be good, by the way, but I don't think in this matter she can speak for the council.
Right. Honestly, that would
No,
probably...
I just mean to split people apart,
Right.
so that voices are not...
Like having like the overall voice for a council will probably fall to you, Mr. Anderson. Just you have a very calm demeanor. People listen.
Well, before we say that, let's have an official vote then on to have discussions of security actions with the, I guess we'll say, the captains of the guards for each town. Would that be close to what we're discussing?
Pretty close, sweet, but I'm in favor.
Ms. Davenport?
I'm in favor.
Well, since Lula looks like she's staring off into the wall, I will say no.
And your reason?
What? There was two of you talking at once, and that it kind of hurt my ears.
What?
I was wondering as to your reason.
I feel as yes, Grimwood did help us out, but that was without any direction or indication of our councils having any peaceful talks or mutual agreements. As a people, yes, we should help out each other, but I don't feel as it should be as a priority as it is for training our people to being able to defend themselves and others of Last Bastion, and that more effort should be put into that in general.
Right, two things. Firstly, right, one, it was no agreement to help us. Right,
Oh, I know. That's what I was. Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I was saying.
okay, yeah, there was no agreement to help us. I was the archivist over there in the snow area, and two, there is going to be no lack of any kind of training going forward. All I was saying was to get together. That way, that
Unified,
meeting,
you're a stronger force against a powerful entity like the cult that is attacking
meeting over
everyone.
minds, because I can't think of everything, right? So, like, if there are other people also, really, I can't think of everything. Somebody else could maybe better way to our defenses. That not necessarily about Creed Alliance. This is more a security minded bouncing ideas off each other. That's what that is.
Okay, now I'm confused. What are we? So are we talking to the captains of the guard about security ideas, or are we talking to the captains about coming up with a group of individuals to help each other's towns?
Not the second
Ways to work with each other to fight against the cultists. Plans on how that would work. Calling for aid. I think that's what he means. I don't know.
No, Cody. If we're going to rely on somebody, I would rather it be a smaller number. Not like everybody comes rushing to Bastion if Bastion gets attacked. Because I don't want to. I don't want to rush the Greenwood. The Greenwood gets attacked, or Seraphine. If Seraphine gets attacked, I don't want to be splitting in it.
I agree with Samuel on that point.
It would be prudent, though, to have someone to relay that attacks have started, as it could have made people more prepared last evening.
You're
So,
Mr. Samuel's wife, correct?
No.
No? Oh, I thought you said you were grabbing your wife, Mr. Samuel.
no, I did say that.
Oh.
Anyway, so.
Well, what I was going to get at, maybe Mr. Samuel would like to explain some things up to the meeting to you. Ow! What was that for?
Huh?
Nothing.
Do you mind explaining to you with you? Well, my baby.
Kind of okay as well.
Yeah, nothing.
Right. Anyway, so the point that I'm trying to make is ideas need to be shared for the best possible defense. But does not necessarily mean that we have to have people running to our aid or us running to their aid whenever fight breaks out or whenever there is an attack. Personally, I'd rather be able to handle anything that happens to our team in-house and not have to worry about
We've had this
other people
type
coming
of
in.
situation
Oh,
before
well, we help save you, so
in other seasons, and it never works out. You also have to consider if the town is under attack, somebody's going to have to go to the other settlements and let them know that the town is under attack, and vice versa. And what happens if the town is under attack, someone gets sent, nobody's there, then there's going to be frustrations and animosity that they didn't come to our aid. we've seen this happen so many times that I would be very careful making such an alliance and agreement.
That's the way I saw that if an alliance or an agreement like that happens, it needs to be with a small number, like one other settlement, one other place, one other people, where they know that if anything happens to them, that we would help them, and if anything happens to us, they would help us. Right? But know this going from Greenwood to Silverfane to Mortis to everywhere. Us no good to stretch yourself too thin.
Well, I like to say I agree with the original idea of, that you had, Mr. Samuel, and that is talk to the captains of the guard for each town and come up with different ideas. But I do not agree with, like we've spoken about, and having an alliance of some sort or an agreement to help each other's town when it comes to the security, for the instance that Miss Emilia stated.
I never mentioned an alliance once. I just said a meeting of minds.
Oh, that was my word. It was just for understanding.
No alliance, but as to the guardsmen speaking to each other and maybe bringing their heads together and come up with the best possible defense for each settlement.
Oh yes, then yes, I agree with that. Talks should happen, but no talks of sending people from one town to the other.
Right. And if alliance happens with anyone, it needs to be all council people on board with that.
Okay, I'm glad we were able to clear that up. Thank you.
Right.
All right, then my vote is changed to yes.
Right.
So it's a yes to the exchange of information between militias. Is that's what it is? The safety that Mr. Samuel's talking about?
I guess it's just not a military, whatever military force captain they have.
Whatever
Security
the okay,
information.
so let's for better wording. Okay, so our constabulary will talk to their constabulary, and you guys will figure out how it is that you do what you do, and then everyone would have the same information more or less, and maybe they might be doing something that you might like and implement here, and they might like something you're doing and they might implement over there, but that's
Right.
it.
Yes.
Okay.
The only vote we didn't get was Miss Lula's. Miss Lula?
I slightly lost.
Basically, to have me talk to the different captains of the guards to come up with different ideas and suggestions to help defend our own towns against the cultists.
So guards or constables from Silverfang, from Grimwood, and he in Maltese.
Yes.
Well, I'll have to say this was a very long council meeting.
Not as long as our last one. Our first meeting was like an hour and a half.
Oh, I believe it has been an hour and a half now.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Yes, the minutes of the time do indicate that we have been here for quite some time.
We should probably end here and stretch our legs and maybe get some food in our bellies and drink.
Well, are there other topics to discuss first? You should clear them all now.
I think
I
the only
know
person we have left is Lula. See if she has any.
Probably the only thing is I'll ask is people who want to help or know how to tinker with machines or please do report to Miss Violet to hopefully help her. As and if you don't, go by and see if you can assist providing any kind of support. Even if it's just standing there menacingly.
I don't know what she's saying. I can't understand her.
So you're requesting volunteers to help Miss Violet with the generators? Is that what you
Yeah.
speak of? Ah, okay. Yeah, I can help in that discussion and help research this item.
I'm not sure if it's posted on our board. Would you like me also to post it on our board besides the other two advertisements? Volunteers to help with the scientific research? See Miss Violet or Miss Lula?
No, to Miss Violet.
Are you all in agreement?
Oh, I definitely agree.
Aye.
Wouldn't agree one way or the other.
To post here the advertisement for Bastion citizens to volunteer to join Ms. Violet on her scientific research.
Mr. Samuel, did you say you wouldn't care one way or the other?
Why, that's what I said.
Okay.
Ms. Cannon?
I said I agree.
Okay. And you, Mr. Anderson, of course, said yes. And Ms. Belmont?
Whatever you guys choose on this one.
Okay, so that'll be 3 advertisements on the board in reference to Saturday's training for self-defense, to meet in front of City Hall, the advertisements for science for Ms. Violet, and there was another thing. Oh yes, those who would like to sign up to join Dr. Sebastian's medical training for the soon-to-be open hospital at Bastion. Does that sound about right?
I couldn't agree more. That sounds correct.
and Dalen is not here.
Should we make a library as well to keep any of this information, or I assume we're planning to move everything here over towards the town, correct? Including the town hall.
That's what we were told.
Okay. So, do you prefer having the information within the town hall for people to come in and read from the town, or would you rather have a separate library?
A side room. It doesn't need to be big.
Okay.
I agree.
I,
Do you want the council notes to be public?
The library, you mean?
Okay. I know what a library does. What are we putting in the library? I'm confused.
Oh,
I think that all of these meetings need to be made as a public record unless it's specifically was dealing with the fate of a person and sinners.
Yeah, if the door's closed, then it's a closed meeting. If it's doors open, it's an open meeting kind of thing.
Right, so the open meetings, those should all be made public record for anyone to come and look and see. But
Okay.
and then I think we're going to put the same information that the Murky Stone Library used to have on the different affairs that happen with throughout the lands.
Ideally, yes.
right, I am quite tired of standing here. Would like to go about my day now.
All right.
Well, let's go once more round the table. Samuel, do you have anything?
No.
Miss Davenport?
Nope.
Lula?
No.
Miss Emily? Emilia?
No, nothing else right now.
Well, I believe that concludes today's meeting. Miss Celine?
Meeting 2 weeks from now, as per Mr. Samuel's suggestion last time?
Yes, that will actually be our last week as council members too.
Okay, so...
Why are there not weekly meetings?
I believe to give us more time to gather information on what we have discussed today, because today is a weekly meeting.
I see. Okay.
Right, with that, I'm fucking off now. I'll see you all some other time.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Of
Thanks
course.
for a good meeting.
Oh, my legs.
Yeah.
Hello.
Greetings.
Really be hello. Oh, that was
Is this a
long.
public or is this a private meeting?
That was a long meeting.
Hi, Jeffer. How are you?
Hanging on. But I'm okay. Hello there, Miss Addison.
Oh, hello. Hi.
Wanted to talk to you guys real quick. Just letting you guys know.
Okay.
After the events from last night, I wanted to try to get everyone from each settlement to have an emergency meeting about last night's events.
Okay, where at and when?
I'll say Murky Stone. I know it's gonna be late, but I'm sure if you cannot make it then, I'm sure one of the people in your group will keep them up to speed. After the storm tonight,
Okay.
upcoming storm. I would say at Murky Stone.
Where exactly in Murky Stone at the cathedral?
I believe I would say the fireplace, or it could be the cathedral.
Okay, I'll play it by ear then, and go see where the crowd moves to.
Indeed. If you can, do let everyone know here. Last Bastion.
Are we just looking for the councils, or are we looking for every citizen of each and every town?
I would say council members, but anyone's free to attend.
Anyone who can make it.
So,
I think we all need to, work together on this.
yeah, of course, we'll pass the word.
And glad you guys are doing alright. I heard that it's very unfortunate what happened here.
Oh yes, it's Miss Tina.
Yeah, I just saw her last night.
I unfortunately, well, fortunate and unfortunate to have been asleep through the whole thing.
Yeah, I think most of us were sleeping when that happened.
Yeah, that's why I want to do this as soon as possible. We don't know when the next one's gonna be.
That makes
Getting-
makes sense.
Yeah, they're getting bolder and bolder with their actions.
I told the others, well, as much as I can. I'll suggest that you guys get your supplies ready. Potions, healing supplies, weapons, just in case.
Of course.
But yes,
Does the Council of Grimwood have a captain of the guard?
We have a police force led by Lord Silas Blackwood, and Jasper here is the
Yeah.
man-at-arms of the town in general.
indeed.
Good. I need to speak. I would like to see if we can't get together with the council guard of Mortis and Silverfang, if we could all talk and discuss strategies.
Yeah, I believe
Indeed.
we wanted a council meeting between everyone. I think we sent you guys a letter. I don't know if you guys received it or not.
Oh yes. I don't
Depends
know
on
if you
who
guys
you sent it to.
Bastion
would be the
Council.
best.
That's what Lord Victor said. He sent the letter to the Bastion Council.
Oh, we'll have to talk to Miss Astrid. Well, I'll check here in a second to see the
Yeah,
letter.
that's a few days ago, but before all this
Oh.
started happening. Unfortunately.
Well then,
Maybe it was sent to the wrong place, I don't know. But yeah, we just wanted to, build friendly relations between our councils and towns and all. Have meetings and such. And then, I don't know, started going downhill. Oh man.
well, I've been chosen to be the liaison of the Council of Last Batch and to speak on behalf to all the other councils.
Alright.
When it, in due regards to, of course, security.
Alright, good to know.
So I'll find that letter and hopefully we can find a time to all meet.
Of course.
Yeah. One last thing. Do you guys have someone that specializes in the stars?
Like reading the stars?
Indeed.
Like an astrologist.
Astrologist, science, whatever the title is for that.
I believe the only two that even come close to that is Miss Zanari and or Jack, since they are both fortune
Zanari.
tellers. Yeah. Since they
Fortune
both
teller.
yeah, I don't know if they can actually read the stars, but I never asked them.
Let's see. Good to know. I'll ask them. Might had something in plan for. Could be nothing, but it's worth to mention.
Okay.
Here, Jasper.
Yes. What'd you say, Victoria?
I said sorry. I almost
Oh,
kicked
yeah,
you.
you're fine.
My bad.
That's fine.
Unfortunate.
Sorry.
So relax. If you want to hit me,
but
that's it.
Better put me down first.
I'm sure you'd hit back pretty hard, so I think I'll try not to do that. But
Yeah,
I
so
gotta
go ahead.
head back to the house because I have to get to sleep.
You have a good one.
Okay. I'll take you home.
Thank
was
you,
nice to
Jasper,
see you
for
again,
the
Jasper.
information. We'll be there.
Of course. You guys have to stop. Be safe.
See
see
you
if
after the
Tina's around.
storm.
Indeed. What?
looking man.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Would you like to talk at the house?
Yeah. I haven't been around, so. Amelia's still in there. So I'll ask her to go in there.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Miss Estrid.
Hello.
You're looking lovely as always today. Are you okay?
I just woke up.
Oh, I can splash some water on your face or your mask. Maybe hit your eyes.
Maybe. How did it go?
Long, just like last time.
What was discussed?
Well, would you mind if we talk about it at the house? Once, sister's up and...
As you wish.
It's not, it was a question, you could tell me no.
I mean, I want to know, that's the thing.
Well, I would still talk. I was just wondering if we could do it there instead of here, but we can do it here.
I'm not even sure if she's present at the moment. Emilia?
I mean, I can always grab her and drag her to the house. There we go.
Okay.
I'll just throw her on the couch when we get home.
Okay, this is great. Trying to do laundry and stuff.
Go
So.
ahead.
Just that time of night. I got stuff to do.
There, you can go sit next to the fat cat.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
She's back.
Oh, hello.
Oh, this was a bad idea.
Why?
Oh, there we go. I felt I felt like the need of saying, "Get out of me."
Oh, I see. All right. Lots to talk
Okay.
about, huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
I just want to start this off by telling you that last night Peggy Lee came into the house and she admitted to Dante that she is a vampire.
I bet that went well.
Well, yeah, well, no. And then she told us that people are controlling her. She didn't say the word controlling, she denied it, but she said they are telling her that she cannot tell who killed her and that she can't say anything, so she's not allowed to speak up by whomever is controlling her. She was standing
that must
outside.
be new.
Well, she was standing outside by the tree, looking over at Tina Lee's house, saying she wanted to just keep an eye on her. So she sounded like she wanted to talk, like she had things she wanted to say, but, you know, Dante, he's so impulsive and impatient. He made mention that she left Bastion to go to a new family, and she got a little riled up by that, and she said, "Don't tell me about family," and kind of got a little aggressive. And then Dante said, "Well, you are a vampire, you don't have feelings anyway." And that sort of set her off, and she wanted to leave. So also, he's upset that I let her into the house, but he's a fucking Belmont. If you can't handle one vampire in your house, then you shouldn't be a Belmont.
You married him.
Mm-hmm.
But that must be new, because she told me who killed her.
She wouldn't tell us. She said that they told her she's not allowed to say anything about it. Maybe she just didn't want to tell us, which is fine. We've never really had a relationship with her. But the way she presented it made it sound like people are controlling her, which doesn't surprise me. I mean, she was sired, so...
True. Oh, that was what I wanted to bring up in the council. Is her murder.
Well, I'll tell you, Belle, that's one of the reasons that I don't think we should have a memorial for her or anything, is because she's not dead. She's dead, but she's not dead.
It's politics, though.
I know, but she didn't have a great relationship with a lot of people, so I can see why.
She didn't have a great relationship with Samuel, and that's why I was trying to put him in his place as being a council member and shouldn't be bringing personal reasons into the council chambers.
Well, that's also
he's
what
always
makes him
stated
unique
that.
in being a council member.
I understand he knows just a little bit less than I do. But we still need to put on a face, making people believe we think she's dead. That's just my political side.
Why do we need to let people, or why do we need to make people think she's dead? That's sort of counterproductive to what we are, isn't it?
As a Belmont, yes it is. As a politician and the security of the town, no. I'm trying to play two roles here.
Mm-hmm. But she's lurking around town, hiding behind trees, watching houses.
I mean, in either case, the memorial won't be there. I'll probably talk to Miss Tina to maybe keep the soap shop open in her sister's name instead of the town.
That's a good idea. Because then it's more personalized anyway. Because wasn't the soap shop Peggy Lee's anyway?
Yes, and so was the stables.
Well, the stables were supposed to be for the town. Or she was just supposed to manage it. It wasn't, they weren't technically hers. I asked her if she wanted to build stables, and she said yes, and then she didn't quite build stables, but she built the, what she has over there.
The barn?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's, So we'll just
Okay.
commence with the building of the stables, and then because we need them. So
Yeah, definitely. And to her killer is a lady named Georgia. She's Georgia.
is she a member of Bastion?
No, I don't know. Actually, I don't know much about her. I just know her name is Georgia, and uh, that that she killed Peggy, and that's it.
She doesn't. She didn't say why.
No, only I. I'm sure someone knows why.
Yeah, but she's not saying. Peggy.
No, unless she just doesn't remember the reason why. I don't know.
Which is entirely possible. Well,
Yes, what else was discussed, dear?
Are you sure you're okay?
I said I just woke up.
yes, but you're
Okay,
also
Miss
wearing
Sniffles.
maroon. Maroon is not. I've never seen you wear maroon before. I understand the white and the black, but I don't understand the maroon. Does that have a specific meaning behind it?
Not particularly. This color really just helps me offer a bit of
Hi, Wolf. How are you?
variety, I guess, and at least put some color in my
I said we
attire.
use shock therapy on her. Make her remember. It's okay that he's not immortal. That can also be changed to Eula. They discussed. Do you want to go over the topics of the town hall?
Oh, let's see. We talked about the security of Last Bastion and how to train our people and get people to even go to the training. Samuel is on an idea of,
How was your birthday weekend?
for the
Was it good?
most part, people only training one-on-one, just so he can see what their technique is and give them ideas on what weapons they should probably use to make it easier to fight with. And I suggested maybe making a team event and teaching people how to fight with a team, the whole crawl, walk, run theology, and teaching people, doing like a castle versus castle type arrangement, and trying to bring something, an item to bring from one castle to the other to win. Something along those orders, but he's affixed to the one-on-one training, so he's gonna make that Saturday at 5 p.m. of the Eastern Stars at the meetup in the town plaza near the town hall.
Oh.
Then we talked about the stables,
Is it cold where you are right
so
now?
we're gonna get stables. We're gonna get a library.
Always
That's
fall
gonna
asleep
be
on
a
your beer back
small
screen.
room attached to the town hall, the new town hall in the new
Well, I
plaza,
hope your girlfriend feels better.
for all the information that we find out on the lands. Lula requested
I'm
to
nice. He should-
people to
he should
volunteer for
be used to
the
that by now.
research of the
You
generator
do
that's
that all
here
the
in
time.
town. Relationship talks, the original relationship talks between Grimwood and Last Bastion are now off the table because there's a new council. So they made me the liaison for Last Bastion to talk security ideas and just passive information to help each other's cities on how to properly and better defend our own towns without getting into an agreement of helping each other defend each other's town due to feelings getting hurt if no one's around to help.
I've actually seen that so many times in character. Town
And
doesn't
I think most
show
of
up
it,
to
we
help
just
another
talked
town,
for a good
then
40 minutes
they get
about
pissed off. 75
the cultist attack
Holy shit, really?
the other
It's that low
day,
at night?
and I brought up
That's cold as fuck.
the idea of maybe looking into why Mortis isn't getting attacked and why they don't have these quartz crystals and generators within their town. And that's pretty much within an hour and a half of items. That is pretty much the gist of it all.
Okay.
Poor Max.
I know the attacks happened like, I don't know, 30 minutes before I woke up yesterday.
And then Jasper from Grimwood, they are doing a emergency meeting for all the towns and everybody in every town to come over to Murkeystone for this emergency meeting about how, due to the recent events of the cultists and
Right now?
what we should do about it
Well,
after this coming storm.
Okay.
okay. I asked when this was supposed to be yesterday. It doesn't really say anything.
So roughly 3 hours from now.
I'm sure
That gives Jester time
I
to
don't
log
think they're
in.
really going to get anywhere
That
with
gives Dante
inviting
time to log
every
in.
single person of every town to this meeting.
Perhaps I just mean those that have an interest in it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, no one can force somebody to go to this, and I even asked, do you mean just the council of each town? And they said, no, everybody.
Yeah, I don't think it's very... I don't think they should exclude people just because they're not in a council. We want the townsfolk to know. We want them to engage and participate.
Did they say meet anywhere specifically?
Murkeystone, either at the fire pit or cathedral, where everybody just friendly ends up.
Okay.
Okay.
And I understand not excluding everybody, but at the same time, the orderly of everything is going to go to much to waste of the meeting itself. But that's just my viewpoint.
All right.
I would to me, I would say it'd be more beneficial to have a small group to go from each town to talk and then discuss with the towns themselves of each of their origins, and then come back together with the information that is gathered. So then everybody can be included still. But this is already happening too quick, so that if that suggestion was even heard, then it probably wouldn't be happening anyway.
Right.
I do plan to go to this meeting. I'd like to hear what they have to say. See if there's extra information to provide.
As do I.
Is Lord Grey gonna be there?
Jasper and Aurelia didn't tell me.
Part of me imagines he would be.
I'm sure.
Are Jaspar and Aurelia from Silverfang or Grimwood?
Grimwood.
Who is in charge of Silverfang?
I don't know. I believe their council changes every 2 weeks as well, so just like Grimwood, they have a new council.
What is our council time frame? A month? 2 weeks?
A month.
1 month. Correct.
So the end of next week is our last well,
Only trying
next
to
week is our
sleep.
last week.
Get out
Correct?
of bed!
Right?
Should be. I'll have to check the board again.
I didn't see what you said. You answered just now.
Oh, you got it though. Here you go, baby. You want to put the extras in the cabinet in the kitchen that has all your extra stuff?
It doesn't have to be your last
bag is so loud,
week,
though.
and you have a maximum of 2 terms, so you could run for a second month if you wish.
Oh my gosh. Do you need help with the trash bag? Or tearing off the shipping bag? Are you qualified to do this?
My answer will still be the same as last time. If they want to vote me, then they vote me.
Just run and help someone, Shirley. Oh, I gotcha.
No, this is water.
Oh my gosh, how many bags are there?
They don't even connect them.
There's more bags inside a bag. I thought it was only 10 lanyards. What are there's so many? It's like 100?
If Victor Gray is at this meeting, Emilia, you and I should definitely get a chance to speak with him regarding his construction techniques.
To whom? I wasn't listening.
Lord Victor Gray, sorry.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Baby, please don't leave these on my desk.
I won't. I won't.
What are there? Are there 100 of these? Why don't you take them to school and give them to your teacher? Like a stack of them.
Nah, I don't think it works like that.
Here, baby. Maybe it works
I'm
like that.
fighting.
Was there anything else at
Yeah.
tonight's meeting?
Here, I already got it. Right there.
No, that was really it.
This thing
Yep,
is-
it goes right in the center.
Alright.
Yes, sir. Right there.
How cheap are these though?
Huh?
Like 100.
Well, like $2 a piece? 20 cents a piece? I don't know.
It's good.
You wanted it today, so I had to order same day shipping. So put these in the kitchen cabinet where I have all the school supplies. And here, don't forget these. There. Okay. So distracted. Okay, okay. I made mention of the hospital and how ideally it would be best to have someone that lives here run the hospital versus having someone from Grimwood work here and head it. They were in favor as well. I suggested perhaps anybody interested goes to this clinic that Sebastian Lacroix and whatever Kasha are holding.
Yes, that sounds good.
And I brought up a library so we could perhaps have the same information here that might be in Murkystone or any findings from the science. What did she say? A science? I don't know, something.
Hmm?
Are you not listening, brother?
I heard all the way about the library.
Because of... Did somebody mention a science group?
Oh, yes, Miss Lula, she requested volunteers for Violet to have extra researchers for the generator and the quartz crystal here in town to better research it.
Yes, so perhaps information like that gets posted in the library here as well, so all of the townsfolk can read it. And just a bit of a side note, Lula kept falling asleep in the meeting. If we have board members that are that bored while we're trying to conduct town business, perhaps they shouldn't be on the board. Just my 2 cents on that one. This is important business to help maintain the town, make sure it's running properly and functioning and all of the sort, but if they're gonna fall asleep, then perhaps they should wait for everyone else to make the decisions and just get passed along to them. Did you fall asleep, Bill? You were pretty cognizant. No. Okay.
I definitely did not fall asleep.
I didn't think you did.
I think they almost see me as like the town council leader too.
I think they do as well, which is good.
I mean, you did get the most votes, so...
Yes, I did.
Like, quite a landslide.
Somehow.
I think we need to push Samuel to get the guard of Bastion up pretty quickly, though. Start training people pretty quickly.
That's why I was pushing him for him to get a date, because it sounded like he was just going to leave it up into the air instead of setting a date for himself.
Yeah, he was the one that came to us with it, so hopefully he doesn't procrastinate.
Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Stars.
Perfect.
Was there anything else? Oh, perhaps we should go up to Mortis, like we did last night. Mortis it's very inviting, I'll be honest with you. It was not scary or spooky or whatever he said. They even...
Whatever who said?
What Miss Celine was saying, where she said she was told to probably not go back again.
Yeah, they have a natural hot spring. It's very lovely there.
Oh yeah, I've been up there with you, sister.
It's even better now. We went last night.
Oh.
But I would like to go up there to see if there's any gadget or crystal near their caravan. Because I thought there was, and they said in the meeting that there wasn't.
Do we even know what those crystals near the wagons are?
No, I just know that they showed up the day that the 5 people or 6 people were initially kidnapped from the transport. So instead of the transporter taking them wherever they were supposed to go, they took them to wherever. And they showed up that day.
They are very similar to the quartz crystal that I saw near the generator.
I've yet to see any of these generators. Could you show me a couple?
Oh, I'll show you the one just across the lake over there.
Give me a quick second to empty my bag. I have some things that I need to... I forgot that I had.
Of course, and I'll bring Lamont up to date.
Okay, perfect.
Please do.
So what you want to know about first, werewolves or vampires?
Oh, fill him in on the lichen or the Wendigo as well.
Okay, I'll leave that to you.
No.
No, what? I thought you wanted to talk about the Wendigo.
No, you fill them in on it.
Oh, okay. There was a Wendigo.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Okay. Great.
He said great. Oh my god, just fucking fill up.
Apparently there was a Wendigo that went into a house that's right over there with a woman's name of Tina Lee, and came into her house and she opened her bedroom door and it was standing there, and I don't know what she did, but it ran out the front door that was closed.
Oh.
You know what a Wendigo is, right?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't. Miss Astrid had to tell us all. But yeah, so we're on the lookout for that. This is the second spotting, and this is the first time, though, that it's actually come in contact with somebody up close and personal.
I need to be on the lookout then.
He did what? What did he do?
Go down the line. Just tell me what's going on.
Well, we have more than likely a whole town of vampires in Grimwood. There have been multiple sightings of vampires and are now known vampires. Most of them that have been are actually known are now dead.
What are you up to?
Not to our doing, but of something else that killed them. Which one is believed to have died from a werewolf that had bitten them. Which I am investigating a man named Mr. Robert Redeye for this, because this isn't the first clue about him, since he was the one last seen with this
I didn't mean to
Marcus.
do that.
And also we had a cross out here in front of town. It's still there now, I repaired it, but it had scratches that looked like from a large wolf. Blood on it as well, and it was turned upside down. There was also tobacco leaves leaving the scene. And this
I saw that you might be late. What's going on?
Was
You have to... I
at the
thought you didn't
scene
go to
smoking a
houses...
pipe.
Oh, that's after 11, huh? So what are you gonna do?
Very suspicious. Indeed.
So that's an investigation. Not known whether he is or isn't.
Shredded roast, eye core, and bone.
He also has a brother, Ray Redeye. They're quite easy to find because they have one red eye, and they are clerics. Well, at least Robert is. He went around to most of who he thought was a vampire and started cutting up his hands and putting it in their faces to see if they will bite him. Which I don't know any sane human who would do that.
No. That's almost, you know...
I'm gonna run to the fish traps real quick.
Okay.
Almost a death wish.
The door's open, hold on.
People are only taking certain ones out of here. Because these are the same ones that were there yesterday.
Just suspicion on him. And Mr. Roberts, not of Last Bastion. He lives... He lives by himself with his brother, as much as I know. Somewhere in the north. I don't know exactly where. This Marcus, though, he had a mother, adopted mother, Zadira, and her sister Zaleria, who wear purple and black, and their hair is purple and black too, so they're not hard to miss. And again, not positive, but 95% sure they are also vampires, because I don't believe any person would just adopt a known vampire. Especially since this Marcus showed his fangs in front of myself and those two.
Oh, Peggy Lee is moving into Grimwood.
Oh?
She did mention that to us last night as well.
Peggy Lee, by the way, she used to be a human here and was killed by the woman that you may have heard me say, Georgia, and then was changed into a vampire at the Murky Stone Hospital by a man named Jesse McKnight, who is now confirmed a vampire.
Perfect.
So he is in control of her, and she goes by V now.
Could be what they were saying, like Emilia was saying about if someone would control her, it was probably this midnight person. Midnight fella.
Or his sire. We don't know how long that line goes.
So it's pretty safe to say if he with her, then yeah.
Yes. Well, from what V told me, said he basically, I guess, gave her a second chance at life as she sees it, because she was dead.
However, didn't you mention that she hated the person that sired her because she didn't want it? That's why
Not
she was
that she
living
didn't
alone?
want it. Jesse McKnight has moved in with Georgia.
Oh, that's right, the person that killed her.
Yes.
Okay, yes. I was forgetting that piece of information.
Which I know where Jesse McKnight moved to, which would explain actually where Georgia is. Which is on the north side of the river near the Black Aqueduct when you go from the Highlands wagon and you head northwest. You'll find a big fortress on top of an iceberg.
Get your kid. I mean, do I get him or do I? Braxton, don't hurt her, my guy.
It doesn't even hurt.
Let her hit you and see if it hurts.
Interesting.
Not in the head.
Yeah, why is it getting my head?
And then there's
Ow! Oh my god,
an undead butler, a skeleton of sorts. He goes by what's his
almost
name?
as tall as
Astrid?
you.
Do you know?
Destroyed.
Yeah, fight. She said, "Get your kid." Because he's beating her up. It's he said that's a pool noodle.
Yes.
It's not a pool noodle.
He's been
but
seen twice taking his head off.
Exotic
and
fish.
laughing. And then he was once spotted with another
Icor and bread. I know I made a bunch of
creature.
bread.
I you guess you could call, or something. This thing had only eyes underneath its helmet, and said that he was gathering an army to fight the evils of the night. And Bartholomew is Gloria's butler.
Okay then.
Tomorrow, Bartholomew. I
Yes.
don't think Bartholomew Mule is around anymore.
Oh,
Or, you know.
the two-eyed creature?
Is that, what do you, what?
He used to hang out with a thing that wore full armor, and when it took off his helmet, there was only two eyes that could be seen.
Oh, now that I didn't see. But yes, he hasn't been around in almost 2 weeks.
But in his, even when he was here though, he was still Gloria's butler.
Why does it do that? What is that about?
Which they live near the
Where'd it go?
Mounds of the Dead.
There we go.
How fitting.
Are they the Blackwood Estate? Or is that what it's called? Blackheart Estate? Something like that?
I believe Blackwood. Gloria Blackwood. I couldn't tell you how many people live there, but just going off the size of their castle, I feel like there's quite a bit. Just probably just as many people who live in this house, if not more.
I need shrooms.
When did you start doing shrooms?
Oh, no. It's for the candy shop. It's for my candy.
I don't think those go bad. They could be upstairs in the left chest, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I could be wrong.
I think in the coming days, I'm going to have some very unique candies and sweets. Cinnamon rolls, brownies, cakes, cupcakes.
Finally. I've been waiting to work.
Well, I also think we should put out a notice for a dentist. Oh, there's 5 mushrooms. That's not quite enough.
Anything else I need to be brought up to speed on?
I'm gonna do a candy shop. The meat pies. Sammy? No, fuck. Stormy?
There's a suspicion that,
I always I was getting her name mixed up. She used to get so pissed off. Stormy actually made a bunch of meat pies
and
for me
all the
in
friends
season
of
8.
Zadira and Zelyria on
And
being vampires.
her mod has them. I could make
And their
them.
entire
Or I could ask
family.
Annie to put them in, but not for this. I'm gonna just keep to the sweets for this one. Because this candy and stuff that I can make,
need to keep
players
an eye out
can't
for.
make. And so it's just for something different.
What was that?
I need to keep an eye. Something I need to keep an eye out for. Then.
Oops.
Oh yes. Well, I'll tell you that. The little voice acting you hear me do, everybody believes that's my real voice, except for a few who I have given my trust to.
Huh. That's right. All right.
Oh, you know, I never did get those slivers. The sliver of the unfulfilled.
Oh.
I completely forgot about them. That was
I'm not
with...
touching that.
Why? Oh, oh, that's right.
You enjoy that.
Yeah, I forgot.
But I believe that's everything in a nutshell, for the most part. I do gather though that with the movement of Jesse McKnight
I
and
don't remember where Stitch and Starfish come from.
his whole prison complex that he had in the Highlands, with his movement, that his entire group moved in with this Georgia family that owns of the fortress that used to be a part of Grimwood.
They split
And,
off.
well, I think it has to do with the masquerade.
Masquerade. Great.
And we know what happens to vampires who don't follow that.
Yeah.
Because this Jesse has really put himself out into the open about what he is.
I didn't realize it was gonna make that many.
All the stories that I get to hear about it.
Oh, ichor and bones. Bones.
And really, the biggest story of them all is when he turned Peggy Lee into a vampire.
Kind of brought himself out there, huh?
Especially when you have bats flying into the doorway of the room she is dead in, and then all of a sudden, some people see. Somebody said that they saw him cut his wrist and put it up to her mouth.
What are we cooking up today, dear?
Just candy. Just some sweets.
Okay, okay.
What? Since you're here today, do you need anything?
I have the basic armor, dude.
I can definitely make something better for you if you like.
Yes, please.
Oh, brother.
If,
my dearly beloved is looking for very strong armor.
I gave him brand new, extremely strong armor.
Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if you two had spoken, but just, he just is, you know, looking for something amazing.
That's the most amazing thing. Never mind.
Okay, I
Not
just,
amazing.
I don't know
And
what is the best, so I couldn't really help
I'm
him.
gonna throw him into the lake.
You know, he does
my
swim with
dear,
his
if you
clothing on.
I have that, and I
yes,
also
that
have
is
the
true. Oh, if you
Kingdom
bring
Greatsword.
me down from upstairs, I can make us some honey bread.
Bad.
If I bring
Put on my
what?
back.
Honey from your
My sword
beehives on the
Oh, yeah,
roof.
yeah, yeah. Okay, let me go get it.
in the war.
What was that? I didn't hear anything you said.
My sword that I'm using, it's the Kingdom Greatsword.
Oh.
It's kind of my sword that I've used before I came here. If you remember correctly, I was part of a big war. Crusade kind of thing. Not bad, but I probably need something stronger.
What was it called again?
Kingdom Greatsword.
Nim Greatsword?
Kingdom, like kingdom.
Oh, Kingdom Greatsword.
But no, I could use some better armor.
Let's see. Whoops. Brother, was there a reason why that woman was giving you, was watching you so closely in the meeting?
Which woman?
I don't remember her name, to be honest with you.
The one that said she wasn't Samuel's wife?
No, the one that was sitting behind you.
Oh, Victoria.
What's 1 plus 1?
I think I saw her leave the meeting.
Right
Well,
up the time.
I know that side of the thing.
Do you have the Master Gem on your sword?
I do not. I don't have any gems.
I'll make you a new sword. I'm sure my basic knowledge of craftsmanship, along with the local armorsmith, local, we can make something even stronger, and I'll place the Master Gem on it.
Unbelievable.
Of course.
And then, how heavy do you like your armor?
I mean, I like to be protected. I'm used to wearing heavy armor.
I'll give you the same thing as Dante then.
Alright. That sounds perfect.
Blue dye and spice. Do we have any spice?
Sure. Can't imagine why we would not.
Are you excited?
Yes. Yeah. But I had to make do with what I've had.
You gonna make the meat pie? I wanna be a moderator. Can I be a moderator? Can I be also an admin?
I do have some rare spice on me
I
here.
wanna be an admin and moderator.
Why
Alright,
are these not stacking?
I'll start making your armor and weapon now, and we can see.
Where's the honey I just put in there?
Fit it to you properly.
Mom.
Of course.
Yeah?
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy? Huh?
I appreciate that.
Who?
Yo, Mom!
I appreciate that quite a bit.
Anytime. There's only one thing I will need you to do, though.
Hmm?
If you
I
go
just
to
put a substantial-
the wagon that leads to the northern woods and head east, you'll find yourself on a beach. Stay along the cliffside and head north. Don't enter the area where there's little red gremlins. There's 2 other caves. Go to those and kill everything inside. And gather power fragments from their bodies.
Okay, I'm sorry. Say what? What? Start off from the beginning. I'm a bit
If you go to the wagon that leads to the northern woods, you know what? I'll just make your armor and weapon, and I'll show you this place.
Okay, yeah, that would probably be best. I'm still kind of, getting used to everything around here.
Yeah, and I feel like we all had a tidal wave hit us, and our maps just wipe away of everything.
Yeah, what I noticed. But no, that would be greatly appreciated.
Blue dye and spice.
Yeah, of course.
Are you about to
All right.
leave?
What?
Do you need fragments? I have fragments if you need some.
Oh, it's always good to get more, is all.
Should have plenty upstairs.
I'm just, it's always good to have more.
But I do have some if you need some more.
Okay. What I need more of is bloodstone ore.
Okay.
Okay,
Where is that? Where do I get that?
No idea.
Oh.
It's a bit tricky. You're kind of dependent on, I think, certain creatures coming up as a ground. I have a feeling.
I have 39. Will that help you? Will 39 bloodstone ore help you?
Oh yes, of course.
Where do I just over
use it
here?
in the chemical forge.
Okay. So what do you do with it?
So what I do with the ore is that I cut it out better and form it so I can make what is it? Where thinking blood citrine residual, which I can make bloodstone ore into nuggets, and then I turn it into blood citrine and make a spelleret catalyst so I can make it into this residual, and I get the earth's blood extracted from it.
And then what do you use that for?
I can make the vampiric wooden stakes.
Oh. Are you able to make those?
I haven't attempted yet in recent, but I plan on attempting to do it today.
Let me know. Let me know if it works or not, okay?
Okay. And then I still can't. The author hasn't come back on the new book for the copper nuggets.
Oh, I think I heard about that, and it's coming very soon.
Ah. I'm hoping that's the final thing I need to make a formed living ice so I can extract the essence of life from it.
I may be able to make a deal with a traveling salesman.
Okay. If you come across this salesman, I only currently need 3 at most.
Specifically 3 what?
3 deep core copper nuggets.
Okay, okay. 3 deep core copper nuggets. Gonna go gather some grass to make some spices. I'll be brief.
While you're out there, get some stone as well. We can grind that up and get more salt.
Okay, do we need salt?
We're a bit low.
Okay.
Plenty of sugar. I know this rather, but I don't know if it's that.
Oh, I have it already. Why was he stuck in the ground? There's nothing here. Hello, Faust. 38 months. Holy shit, that's long.
Oh my god, I'm feeling bust.
That is the duration of
Woo.
me RPing right there. Oh, hello.
Oh, is that you, Miss Belmont?
It is, yes, yes. I was trying to make some salts for some candies and, you know, needed to gather a few things. Here, try these. Try these.
Oh, alright. Been a while. How you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
I've been alright.
It's like regular apples to me.
Mm-mm. They're candied apples.
Oh, candied. Mind if I do? Mmm. Oh, that's good. That's real good. You get one of these from?
I made it.
Oh, you made it.
Mm-hmm.
Very tart. Really good. You got a recipe for this?
I do. I have quite a few sweets recipes, but they're kind of, you know, family secret.
Oh, I understand.
Uh-huh.
No, you have nothing to worry
Please
about.
stop.
My mama has a beautiful apple pie recipe that she keeps very secret and dear to me. And I have it myself, but I don't like to give it away.
Here, try some dumplings.
You are full of sweets, aren't you?
Yes. But while you're here, do you want to come inside? I think Belvedere and Astrid wanted to talk to you.
Oh, alright.
Brother? Oh, brother? Belle? And Astrid? Tina Lee's here? Let me, where?
Oh, this is a lovely home. I've
Belvedere.
been here.
I'm stuck!
Hello?
Oh. Did Belle run up to the town?
Hello, Miss Astrid.
Greetings. Yes, I believe they went to the workshop.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, no, I believe you've caught us in the middle of. I suppose we're cooking.
Yeah, just some sweets. She was out front, and I can't remember if there was something you wanted to talk to her about.
To Tina?
Uh-huh.
Ah. Right. Let me put this down.
These are really good dumplings, Miss Amelia.
Oh, good.
Very good.
Thank you. Awkward. No, we kind of need to ask her to downsong
It's
her
a
room
lovely
again.
house, I gotta say.
Yeah, we didn't really decorate a whole lot, but, you know, it works.
Well, I'm here. You needed something from me?
Last night, you know who Miss V is, yes. She told us everything.
Yes.
By the way. She was standing outside by the tree watching your house. I don't know if you've spoken to her since then, but I'm not sure what her intentions were, considering what she is now.
We're a bit concerned, especially due to, well, recent events.
You've been attacked.
Nah.
Others have been attacked in the town. She was here in this house and told myself and Dante she was a vampire now.
No, I get it, I get it. Yes, V is Peggy. She is vampire, yes. I'm not entirely sure why she was watching my house. She could have at least came up to it. But I do know exactly why she... Did she say anything?
Well, she
Say
said a
anything
lot,
else?
but... She said a lot, but more specific... What specifically are you wondering if she mentioned? Let's see if she tells us.
Did she mention me being, I guess, not wanting to speak with me?
She did.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We suggested maybe she go to the door. I said I would go to the door and see if you wanted to come out just so she could check on you. And she declined. Her and my husband sort of got into a little disagreement. And then she left.
Yeah, she has a very short fuse. But I went to her place and told her that I couldn't see her no more because I didn't want nobody to try to hunt her down. She got mad about that because she thought I was, you know, betraying her.
Oh, I see. She said she was moving into Grimwood.
She's moving into Greenwood again?
Well, I don't know if what do you mean again?
She's lived there before, but she had left Glenwood so she can live by herself.
Oh, yeah, she told us she was moving back into, I guess back into Grimwood, but she did tell us last night.
That girl don't know what she's doing.
Perhaps it's for protection
if
from...
it's of any solace, she said it was specifically because, well, she worries about the safety of others if she has no one else there to help her specifically.
And that's the thing, her sire is sort of, I guess, she's mad at him because of something that happened between the two of them.
Because of who he
Well,
was
yes, I mean,
yes?
if I was in her situation and found out that, I guess my sire decided to buddy up with the person who murdered me, yeah, I'd be a little concerned at the very least.
And that sire be my lover, I suppose. Did did she ever wanted to? Did she say anything else, or anything else that she said?
In regards to something specific?
Um, well, I guess what was she disagreeing on with Mr. Dante?
Oh, well, he made mention that she left this family here at Bastion to go live with another family, and she got short and said, "Don't talk to me about family." And he said, "Oh, I forgot vampires don't have feelings." And then she got angry and asked to leave. So I opened the door for her and she left.
Shit. Yeah, that's her. She has a short fuse. And it's it's complicated right now between me and her.
Are
She
you okay?
doesn't trust anyone. Doesn't trust
She also
anyone
doesn't trust
she.
herself.
Which might be why she's moving back into Grimwood. She did say that the time we went over there the other night with Belvedere, and she said within, I think she said around 2 hours, there were roughly 15 people that came by her house. So a substantial amount. So she might be moving because she doesn't trust herself, and because all these people are, who knows if they're trying to kill her or what they're trying to do. If they're skulking around her house.
I didn't wanna.
Do you have any idea why that would be? That so many people just decided to visit her?
No, I don't. She literally just moved to a new, I guess, place that she made, and all of a sudden she said a lot of people just decided to show up.
I do believe it was, if I remember correctly, it wasn't that hidden, so people may have seen it from the bridge.
Probably. Look, I I'm trying to at least try to get back together with her, but it's hard right now. She's struggling.
Well, she's not the same person that you knew. She is vampiric now, and their whole nature and their whole thought process and their desires all change. They are quite literally monsters. So you have to consider that. She's not the same Peggy Lee that you know, or used to know. Uppies.
I know. And right now I don't know exactly what I want to do yet. Because I'm put into a situation where I have a decision. Either stay human or return. I'm I'm really sorry I kept this to y'all. I really do.
What? She's really sorry that what?
I didn't want to worry y'all at all. Just don't know what to do at this point.
It's not, but worry not, dears. It's definitely seemed rather personal for you, which is why I did not initially pry too much.
I can tell you this. The night that you heard about the beast, there was no beast.
Oh?
There's no Wendigo. There's no Chupacabra. There's nothing.
Oh.
It was... It was the person that I loved that came after me. But he didn't hurt me. He didn't. So I don't want... I don't want any of y'all to think that he did anything to me. He has some sort of curse, some sort of madness that's in him that he cannot escape from.
Is this Jasper?
I haven't... Jasper? No.
Oh, okay.
Well, he is related to Jasper, but...
This would be Jesse. Yeah?
Yes. Can we sit and I can explain it to all you?
Yeah, of course.
By all means.
Get your boots off my couch, woman. Ya heathen. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Regular sit.
I'll start with this.
There's someone inside.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
There.
Actually, Tina, I don't know if you've ever met our cousin. This is Lamont Belmont.
Oh, hello.
This
Hello,
is
ma'am.
Tina Lee. She is a resident here.
Yeah, you do.
I'm doing alright. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm still a little bit banged up, but I'm surviving.
Yeah. The attacks that happened yesterday. Understandable.
Yes. I really ran right into those coaches.
Oh. That's right. You were attacked as well. That's what, Peggy did mention that last night.
Yes. I literally just woke up and I just walked out of the house. Nobody was around, so I didn't have anybody to follow me. Then I walk up the stairs, and there in the hole, all the coaches came around me. They were trying to get me to beg and kneel upon their god or whatever of sorts, and I didn't want that, so I told them to fuck off. Then they cut me down.
Pardon me, I'm gonna go see what needs any help up there. Pardon me.
Also, Tina, my brothers and the family here in the Belmont house are aware of everything. Of Peggy and, all of that. So I don't want you to feel like you can't speak because they already know everything that we've mentioned
I
to
understand. That's understandable. I didn't want to say anything to y'all because I kind of felt like, everybody has eyes on Tina and seeing his sister is dead. They don't know what she's gonna do, you know. But
Actually, let me get Belvedere. Do you mind?
Yes, go on ahead.
Just because I know he is close with Peggy, so I'm sure he wants to hear everything as well. Well, I fell off the stairs. Belle?
Yes.
Well, I need a little help. I'm stuck in the bookcase. Thank you. Tina Lee is here, and she was going to, we were talking to her about Peggy Lee and what happened last night, and she wanted to fill us in on the Wendigo and stuff like that. I feel like you should be a participant in this conversation.
Oh, definitely. I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Oh.
My shoes are awfully slippery tonight. Wait, can you actually
Give me
sit on these?
one moment in my mind and I'll begin. So, a couple of days back, I had, met up with Jesse, and, well, he was trying to keep himself hidden, because a lot of people were wanting to, take his head. He told me to meet him at my place in 5 minutes. I went back home. He came to my house and we were having a conversation. Him and his family are dealing with a lot right now, especially with everything that went on with Peggy, with this curse, with this madness her and him are both dealing with. He was stressed out and he didn't want all this to happen. He thought it was his fault that he did this. And then he was trying to make light of the conversation. And then he started acting weird. Madness had come into him.
Hi. Psst.
And it was scaring me. I had spoke to him in my room, and when it came out, it was trying to taunt at me.
A piece.
I can tell you this, Miss Emilia, Asher Belvedere. Jesse is good people. He's the sweetest person I've ever met. He cares about me, and he cared about Peggy as well. this madness that's going through his body, that's going through his mind, it's making him hurt inside. It's eating him up that he can't find a cure for it. So that night,
My, what would I know about that? Sorry, continue.
wait, say it again.
No, nothing, just comparing ailments.
So when that side of him came out, he was taunting me, wanting to get me to be with him and to turn with him, and he was telling me that I was selfish, that I wasn't like him, and that I should have, that it's it's hurting him inside that I'm not with him. And then after all that, he told me to open up the back door and he ran out. He didn't hurt me. He didn't do anything to me. And that's when Jasper had came by to check up on me. And I told him what happened, and he went to go looking for him. I was terrified that night, and that's why I came across Miss Heidi and Miss Astrid. I didn't mean to lie about this, but I didn't want him to get hunted or hurt. A lot of people want his head, and I didn't want that. I didn't want that bullseye on him from Bastion. So that's why I lied about the beast, about the Wendigo. I didn't mean to. I just had to. As for me and Peggy, I went by her place to go check up on her, and she was explaining to me how she can't trust anybody, that she's in it for herself. She doesn't want to be involved in any sort of things that Jesse is doing, especially with them being with people who killed her. And I told her I couldn't see her no more because I didn't want anybody to have eyes on her and try to follow me. I wanted to kill her. She got mad at me. Told me that she doesn't have a sister anymore.
Hi, Cal. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. We're just doing Conan RP.
I want to make things right for her, but
Cal,
it's
have you
tough
ever
right
tried
now
Conan?
to do. She's out there struggling. He has only so little to do. She doesn't like the life that she's in. Talked with Jasper last night. I wanted him to help her out.
What did he say?
He said he would. He said he'll help her out as much as he could, and I feel like I can trust Jasper with her right now.
Why Jaspar? Is he a similar creature as her?
This madness is in her as well. From what I talked with Jessie about when she was laying there dead that night, he gave her his blood so that he could save her life. But doing that made her and him be connected at the hip with this madness. Last night, I talked with Jesse and he told me that he felt bad that he wasn't there for me because I was cut down last night. He wanted me to be over there with him.
Stop.
That
Why should I?
he thinks I'm not safe.
Girl, I have a question.
And then he told me that we're both two separate people.
Baby, ow.
And that our love can't be connected because, well, I'm not like him.
Look, I do the same thing.
So he gave me a choice. Whether to turn with him and start a new life with him and be a different person. Stay the way I am and live my life as it is. But we just can't love each other no more.
Is she talking about her and Jesse?
I don't know what to do.
Kill him. Let Dante kill him.
We are two separate people and in two separate worlds.
How do you know he said that to Peggy?
And I love him so much. But he is right that I can't. That I'm human and he's a vampire.
Tell me, Tina, if your house was experiencing an earthquake, would you try to start rebuilding before the earthquake has stopped, or would you wait for things to settle first?
I'd probably wait.
I have a feeling that might be best regarding this situation. I understand you want to help. You want to make things good for those involved as quickly as possible, but as it currently stands, you may find that to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Oh, I know.
So, all I can really recommend for you to do right now, dear, is, well, yeah, simply hunker down, weather the storm. Once the dust is settled, then try to mend things.
I know. I just
Braxton.
feel like I let everybody down. I don't think I did, but I feel like I did. I lied about Peggy still being alive. I lied about being with a vampire. I was just trying to make everybody feel safe and to let people know that I'm alright.
And I believe you did that. You at least gave me the confirmation that you were not dead. I consider that a positive.
Point is that Jesse wants an answer from me in a couple of days, and
He wants what from you in a couple days?
an answer about the decision. I don't know what to do.
What was the question again?
What's your first instinct? What's the first thing that comes to mind that you would want to do?
Live my life to the fullest until I come to the decision on what I want to do. Be with the people I consider my friends. Spend time for myself.
Well, I can only tell you what I believe. You can take it as you will, but you want time for yourself. You want time to be with your friends. You want time with Peggy. And you've seen what's happened to Peggy ever since the change to V.
Peggy is no more.
Mom.
She talks about what V talks about everything that has happened to her since then. Do you want that type of control on your life? Where you're not able to do what you're saying you want to do now?
Did you take a bath? Because it's past your bedtime.
Be honest, I don't.
How dare you?
I'm letting love and passion get into my mind. And all I ever think about is him. And I had
Regardless,
so
dear, you must do what you feel is right, not what Jesse feels is right.
Especially for someone, if they love you truly, they would give you the time to let you make a decision. And that should be an acceptable answer. If it's not, then is it truly right for someone to say they love them if they are only wanting to control their decision?
It's true. It just feels so naive that I haven't been thinking about myself more and feel
Hey,
terrible for
Rod, have you ever played a vampire?
pushing people away.
I played a vampire. Blood mage vampire. It was a lot of fun, actually.
Here's what you need to check.
Huh?
You need to check.
On what?
I really do apologize.
For what?
I let something cloud my head. Really, all I should have done was make things about myself.
We all have different walks of life, and we all make mistakes. We wouldn't be human if we didn't. We live and learn, and those who are truly friends around you will forgive what you may have not done, or what you believe that is shameful. We may not. But in the end, forgiveness is all we can give. If you feel ashamed or bad about what you have done, you have already seen what uh, uh, what you believe is your wrongdoings. But I, as your friend, do believe that you have only walked a path you thought was right, and you're seeing what that path has led to you, or led to, and you can only make yourself better in remembering and learning from this.
I don't. I don't want to die. Change myself. Knowing that I won't have control of it. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be by myself anyway. But I know I have people around me that care about me.
Well,
I think I might know what my choice is.
What's that?
I pulled up Twitter and this woman is getting like hair pulled off of her. What the fuck?
I want to live my life.
And she's screaming. It's by PETA. PETA fucking tweeted that. What the fuck? Whilst workers tear the hair from their bodies. Whoa, my God.
Do what I want to do.
What the fuck?
Be who I want to be.
Braxton told me to look at Twitter because there was some threat made to their school today, so half the school was gone. So I went to Twitter and I'm like trying to find it, and then I'm looking at my notifications and it says this clip has definitely altered the trajectory of several people's lives, but not in the way PETA intended. And I clicked on the link. It's a PETA link. The PETA UK, where someone is tied down, screaming in pain while workers tear hair from their bodies.
Still share an act of kindness.
It sounds so wrong when I like click on it. Like it sounds very suggestive. But oh my God, I was not expecting that. And, like I don't see anything about his school, right? Nothing about the school, but
yes.
Oh shit! Fucking Twitter.
None of us.
That like threw me so far. I was not expecting that.
Really, or what hand will guide us there? I mean, a king may move a man.
Being, like super weird about it too. The Disney.
A father may claim a son. But that man can also move himself. And only then does that man truly begin his own game. Remember that however so you are played, and or by whom, your soul is in your keeping alone. Even those who presume to play you be kings or men of power, when you stand before God, you cannot say that I was told by others to do thus, or that virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Remember that.
Vampires are parasites. Has a look of shark.
Basically, what you're saying is,
I don't know what that means.
this is my life to live.
Correct.
I get it. I understand. Right now, I don't know about me and Peggy. She's not the same anymore. And I don't think she'll ever forgive me.
I don't think that last part is true. The rest, maybe. she still holds some of her old self with her, but I would say she could forgive as long as the right steps are taken. I bet if she has a choice of her own, she probably watches from afar.
Well, why would she be watching my house, knowing that she's still mad at me?
You're still family. And blood is a family is thicker than anything.
But her new family is of the vampiric type. Vampires don't think the same as humans. We know this. We've seen this 1,000-fold. We'd like to believe they are who they once were, but Bill, you and I both know more than anybody that they are not. Her new family is the one that is controlling her, telling her what she can and cannot say. She pointed out that there are all kinds of different rules and mindsets when it comes to what she is now, which we already know this. But since she's new to it and she's discovering this, then of course it's new to her, but I would tread lightly. I would be very cautious. I know you want to believe she is who she once was, but we know better than that. Vampires are parasites.
Let's just say they like to act differently when they're really who they are.
They're very convincing, very manipulative,
Yes.
very deceptive.
Let me ask this. Any one of your family members was one of them, would you strike them down?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Mm-hmm. If they pose a threat, then they need to be taken care of.
But, Tina, our family is used to this. This is what we do. This is our history. This is what we are known for. So for us, it's a lot easier. Because we were raised this way.
But for others, it's not so easy.
If you don't look after yourself, who will, Tina?
You're right. You're right.
Only you can make decisions about your life. No one else can make them for you.
And if you turn into the same thing they are, then you lose all your own willpower. You'll be controlled just like the others.
I understand. mind is telling me that it's wants me to do it. But I don't want to listen to it.
Your mind or your heart?
My mind.
Your heart is the most important thing, not the mind.
My heart saying no.
It's usually the opposite. Like your head knows better, but your heart,
There
like,
used to be a term. Give me a moment to think about it.
but your heart usually wants
Whatever
what.
the heart desires is what it wants. I believe it was the same, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Usually your head is the one thinking more logically than your heart.
I don't want to do it. I really don't.
Then don't. Why would you? When you know you don't want to.
Like I said, my mind is clouded with love and passion that
Your mind is clouded with love. Typically, that's your heart. Your mind typically thinks more logically than your heart does.
And they may want you to think that, so it can make up your mind. They can make up your mind more. Like I said, they're very manipulative.
I want to do this. I don't. I hate when I have to have a choice and then something something terrible or I won't be able to do the things or be with the people I want to be with. I know I will be risking my life if I keep on seeing them, but at this point in time, I have cultists around. They're even more bigger than what the vampires are. I am my own damn woman, and I know I need to be careful. I have friends that check up on me and see if I'm alright. Don't need to be taken around everywhere like I'm some damn child. I am my own person. I am grown. Have my own life and I'm my own responsibility. Don't need protecting all the time. I'm sorry, it just it may sound a little annoying, but it's just I hate when people think I can't take care of myself. Like I'm very much vulnerable to everybody. I'm not. I can take care of my own self. I know I couldn't do it yesterday, but I stood up to those damn coaches. I'm,
What you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to raise my voice like that.
You're just expressing your feelings. It's fine.
It happens. It's all of us do it.
As much as you know that your friends are doing it for careness, I can understand the feeling of being engulfed by your friends when you're down, but you need your own space. Have you told them that?
I have sometimes, but they want to see me protected. They don't want to. They don't want anything to happen to me.
It just means they're caring. It means they don't want you to be your own person. They're just caring for you and don't want to see you hurt. What friends do.
Yeah. And as friends, we can overdo it. But we just need to be told if we're too much at the time.
Well, when we're told we can back off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just means they care and want you to stay safe. I mean, that's pretty, normal when it comes to friendships.
I grew a relationship with all of y'all, just like I grew a relationship with that family. They may be different, but they do care about me.
They're vampires. They care about no one.
I know it sounds stupid. I know it sounds wrong. And I know I should be careful about it. But they have been nothing but caring to both me and Peggy when Peggy was still alive.
And it also brings back to what Emilia was saying, I believe. Just manipulative. They want you to think that.
Because how do they treat her now? Now that she is one of them.
Mm-hmm. They got what they wanted. They're very charming. They want to win you
Charming,
over.
manipulative, a ton of other words.
I I understand that. I understand. I may be seeing this. I may be blind to see it. But right now, I don't know yet. I don't know. That's the only thing.
Hi, Bam. Welcome back.
I care about everybody. I care about y'all. I care about them.
He's slow at work.
I care about Silverfang. Everybody. Not everybody's gonna get along together, but at least I want to have people that care. At least I want to care for them. I want to help them. I may not be able to. I may be getting myself into a trap. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm just doing whatever the hell I want to help out. I may be putting my life at risk, but
Tina Lee, the one in the purple
if I
and
go
blue.
down, I'll go down doing what I came into this world to do.
And what was that? You said to... Oh, go ahead.
Finally reconnecting with my sister.
I see. Go be food for the go be food for the vampires.
Y'all may see me as naive or selfish or dumb doing this. And I may not see it as what it is. But I am just... I'm only trying to help out what I can. It's a lot of work. A lot of pressure to do. And I know I don't need to do all this. But this is just who I am. It's just what I do.
Well then, there's that.
I will say both a doctor and a sweet shop owner can both easily tell when someone is sick, but part of me seriously doubts that the sweet shop owner will stopped selling the individual sweets.
If I go here, whoops, here.
I don't.
Point being,
The strand
Ross
gradient.
will want to help you.
See.
However,
I put the two colors here. My scuff controller. I don't know where it's at. It might be over here.
yes, part of me feels this is a situation where you find yourself choosing between somebody who says, they'll help make you feel better,
It's just in tots.
but in
There's
doing
so
so,
much
it's
I just had to
more or
learn
less
tots this season
just to
Tots was new to me as
further
well.
their own gain,
I'm an
as
admin.
opposed to potentially others who could more accurately help
I love
you
tots. It's such a
specifically.
good system. The dark thing on the right, the cat?
Yes. Sorry,
It's our cat.
hard to understand.
It's a fat cat. I'm about to make him a little isn't it Argosian or Aquilonian bed? I'm gonna make a big giant bed and I'm gonna shrink it down and make it a cat
Wrong
bed.
that I want to help everybody. Am I doing something wrong?
It depends on who you're trying to help, because if you help one group, you are harming another group. So it's almost like in some of these situations when it's vampires and humans and wolves and whatever else is out there, you're going to end up hurting someone that in turn you meant to help.
And what do? Stop helping?
How do you help everybody, Tina Lee? There's no way to be on all sides. You have to do what's best for you.
Know that.
Cupid, so the woman that plays Cupid, when I first started RPing, she was one of the first people I ever met in RP. Her name's Cupid Girls. I don't remember the numbers, but she was one of the very first people I ever RP'd with. She's really sweet. Her character was like a... Was she like a tree nymph or something?
I'm just not...
I don't remember.
I just feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Am I failing it? Helping out all of you?
She's not helping us do shit. What is she thinking? What is she thinking she's helping us with?
What was the first part you said?
Am I failing for not helping all of you? Am I doing something wrong?
I think my scuff
do I
controller
just
box is
stop
around somewhere.
caring about the vampires?
Well, that's truly up to you.
Can't run away from them. We come across them almost every day. Can't tell. They have their own lives. We have our own lives too. We can't tell them what to do.
Cupid is
the end
Tina
of the day,
Lady. The
I
woman
don't know
playing
what
Tina
I'm
Lady.
doing wrong. I don't know what I'm.
I haven't gotten RP with her in a long
I
time.
want to take care of
3
myself.
years.
I do. I just hate when people think that I need help myself. That I need help from them.
Are you talking about us or someone else? Because she came to us with this.
All of you. And I'm not trying to sound rude. It's just hate being told that I need to take care of myself. I need to do this. I need to do that. That I need to relax and do other things.
I don't think we said any of that, actually.
I'm around almost every single day doing other things, being with other people.
Confused?
Friends with others every single day. Is that not taking care of myself?
We're not
Tell me if I'm wrong.
We're not telling you what to do. You said you were confused on the decision that he's making you make a choice on. We're offering you just different perspectives on it. If you feel like you need to take whatever he's offering you, then that's up to you. We're not telling you not to, but we're just filling you in on what we know and why we believe it's a bad idea.
So helping you give alternatives.
Right. I understand it. Like I said, I'm not saying that y'all wrong. I know this could be a trap. I don't know if this could be a trap or not. This, cause yes, vampires could be manipulative. In my eyes, I don't see it yet.
Basically, her
And I may be blind about it, but I don't see it.
is telling her she has to make a choice between him turning her into a vampire tomorrow or her keeping her mortality.
It's just a matter of how do I say that I don't want to do it without.
I think she's like conflicted within herself, not so much like with us. I think she wants to do it, but she doesn't want to do it.
Without.
Welcome back, Emily. Emily, are you making a character tonight? I don't want to stretch. That's why it's not there.
Getting hungry?
Oh, I will. I'll stretch.
There's no way to not make people mad on something that they want you to do. Or feel as if that's what they feel you need to do. You're going to make someone mad.
You can go
There's consequences to
to
every decision, whether knowing or unknowing.
Is something wrong with it? You need me to delete it?
As you've been told, you need to live your life. As you have stated, you need to live your own life.
What's the character
name? So you need to make your decision.
You make your own life, and not about the lives of others.
Should I fire this one? Yep, I can delete it. Wait, let me move your flag. This way you can redo everything.
Like I said.
Online. If for some reason it doesn't let you get the starter items, just let me know.
I appreciate every single one of you.
And I can reset it for you.
And I don't want that stop.
Why she's considering it, if at any reason other than for herself, then maybe she shouldn't do it. How does she help other people by
Right
becoming a
now,
vampire?
it's complicated right now.
So everything
My life.
you can completely re-customize your character's looks too if you mess it up. We can change your name. We can change anything like that if you mess up on that.
And I realize now that I do need to spend time for myself and with people I know I can be with. And I just have to be patient and wait until I can decide.
I'm just, anything that messes up, we can be adjusted somehow, either through your side or through our side.
But I do apologize for all the lies that I've said to you. I was only trying to keep the people that were with me safe. But I know I can't save them all.
You spelled your character's name exactly like mine, Emilia. How do you spell that or say the last part? Chefire? Oh, like Sapphire. I got you.
It's okay, Tina. You're not going to have an answer right away. And as you said, take your time. We will understand either way. We're your friends, and that's how it should be.
Is there anything else that y'all wanted from me?
Oh. Like stash it.
Or, also, I have a person that just came into the lands a day ago. He's my personal butler slash doctor from home.
Oh, okay. Does he need papers or is he living in another settlement?
he needs papers.
Okay. Is he around now?
I am not entirely sure. I think he's still asleep.
I see. Do you know what name he's going to be using?
His name is Lawrence.
Okay.
Lawrence.
We'll keep an eye out. Have him just come by the house here or seek out another council member. They should be able to assist him as well if we're not around. Will he be living with you or does he need housing?
He'll be living with me.
Okay, okay. Perfect, because now we don't have to talk about the housing.
Did y'all need anything else?
I didn't know.
I didn't know y'all needed anything from me.
Mm-mm. Oh, Belle, did you want to talk to her about the soap house or?
Oh yes.
Did you need another pounding?
No, nope. I know how strong you are. No.
Ew.
No,
Oh no,
not.
it's not like that.
Ew.
She hit me with her fist. That one. How was? She hit me. She what the? My sister's weird. But no, I don't. But no, I don't. Definitely not. No, no. Anyway, the question was, we weren't able to make the barn that your sister was taking care of into a memorial for her. But I was wondering if you could possibly make the soap shop into in her memory, like as like the Peggy soaps or the such. So maybe that in that way the council is not having to be involved.
Well, it speaks for itself. I mean, soap shop is hers. So. I mean, I don't really have to touch anything. It's in the back. So.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I know it's in the back.
I mean, it's alright. I didn't expect y'all to do it, but at least just have some. It's alright.
I tried.
No, you're fine. It's alright.
It's an admin recipe I have. Great. Yeah. Yes.
But the only other thing is.
I actually have, Annie's going to be adding some custom sweets for me, and because the big Conan update's coming out soon.
Still pretty banged
and, she's going to be making me a bunch of candy, or sweets, like I was saying earlier, cakes, cupcakes, cinnamon rolls, brownies, stuff like that.
While I was just waking up and I was going upstairs just to go to the wagon.
So all of that's going to come out when the update comes out on the 27th, I think it is. Whoa, what's wrong with my... Okay, first off, I love to roleplay as a baker. It's more of a Tilly thing, like Tilly's the baker. Alright. Because, you know, coming from Conan, going back to whole, they're cannibals, they murder people. And use their meat for...
I came to think...
And they use their meat for, you know...
Avery was there.
Cooking.
Took care of me. Someone else did.
And,
No.
that made a lot more candies than I was expecting. I didn't realize it would make 5 at a time.
I'm glad Avery was at least there.
But coming from Conan, the people should know... Like, they should expect that you're
nice
probably using human meat.
He is. Definitely is.
Oh, I use all my sugar cream. Oh, I can. Okay, okay. So I can make.
But do believe that right now, I think I should be good for today. I'm not. My side still is pretty much banged up, but ain't that bad as what it was last time.
Here's the thing. I have gotten to play a baker
Well,
so
I'm
many
glad you're
times
healing
that
well.
I got some good excuses.
Wanna check
What's the
around
cream
to
made
see
of?
if everybody is alright.
What do you know?
Check Silver Fang and
Sugar.
Grimwood since they got attacked.
It's made of sugar.
Oh, of course.
Check with Greenwood's yesterday. They seemed okay.
Fine.
She still wants to check herself.
Yeah.
Of course. I was just bringing that up that I did go over there and
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm just gonna go check and see if there's anything, if anybody's still hurt or anything. Check Silver Fang as well.
Of course.
Did Morges get attacked as well?
No.
Would she ask?
Yes.
Oh.
The same
I
thought.
don't know what I could do.
Odd.
Mm-hmm.
The last time when the Colts came, they didn't come after us. Then yesterday they did. I wonder why.
We discussed this at the council meeting today.
Oh, there was a council meeting?
Yes.
A rescheduled council meeting, mind you.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
But,
What does this look like?
we believe that it has to do with something with the research on the items that these cultists have left in each of our towns.
Oh, that's
And
actually
the people
kind of nice
researching
for
them.
an animal bed.
But did anybody realize the cross was upside down again?
It
Yeah,
wasn't upside down for us.
it was yesterday.
It
Oh,
was.
yesterday.
It was earlier
No.
when I was in town as well.
Well, Lamont and I passed it on the way home from the workshop, and it was upright, but still had lots of blood on it.
Yeah, and when me and Emilia were going to Marquis Stone yesterday, it was upside down.
Mm. But yes, it is quite interesting that Mortis has yet to be touched by these cultists.
They weren't touched the last time they attacked. And they touch us now.
Oh, yes.
But it's just...
Well, I thought Genevieve was taken last time.
I think so. They sure had a lot of followers, though.
Hmm.
Try to get me to kneel before them, but I told them to fuck off.
I mean, she did kneel before us. She did. It was great. It was great, great, great.
Just weird, though. The hell do they want from everybody? I don't think it's just that they want us to kneel before them. It's something else.
It's probably the items
Nice
that were
lab.
left in each of the towns.
What was the item that was here? Do we had anything?
Not that I know of.
also is gonna be having a militia. Better hurry up and do it.
This Saturday there will be training at 5 p.m. of the Eastern Stars.
That's good.
Be around for that. If you need me.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Need to be people that are ready to fight if something happens.
Oh, and Bill Grimwood has initiated a emergency meeting of the 4 towns in Murkystone after this current storm heading our way.
Tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
For everybody or just for
Everybody. You don't have to go if you don't want
Ugh.
to. Optional.
we're
Big
gonna
bet.
go to this. But where will it be?
I was told it will either be at the normal fire pit or the cathedral, so I'll just go where you see people meandering around in Murkystone.
And let Lawrence. I better let Lawrence know about it too. He's out of the loop of all this. Told him a little bit about it. Alright. I'll try to make it I'll make it after filming. I hope I see y'all there whenever.
Of course.
I do appreciate the advice and
Which way do we like this?
the concern for me. I really do. And like I said, I know I said it a lot, but I'm sorry for lying to you all. Keeping all this from y'all.
It's fine. Would you mind if I walked you to the wagon?
Yes, of course.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh my god, it takes so long to turn this around.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
You as well. Safe travels.
Indeed.
Astrid, I appreciate the talk. If y'all need anything,
Always
you
happy
let me
to
know,
help.
though.
It was good meeting you, Miss Lee.
Nice to meet you as well, Mr. If y'all need anything, do let me know.
Will do.
I'll be right back.
Y'all take care.
Okay.
You as well.
Oh god. You have to love it when they openly admit they are perfectly fine being sheep, ready to be slaughtered. And that's exactly how I took all of that.
Well, as I say to everyone else, it is your decision.
I agree.
Just do what you feel is right.
It's a big ol' kitty. Want him to be looking out though, like his little butt's this way, his little butt's this direction.
I presume. Okay.
Yes.
That works.
I like it. I like it. I need a picture or something to put above it though. This wall's so empty.
Let's see if I can find something.
Something with color, maybe greenery. anything I can use as a little tree, a cat tree, or catnip or something? Okay, well that works. Pictures. Is it picture or portrait? What are some of the ones that Faust made? He has some really cool pictures. Gabrielle's Lament.
Belmont, I need you up top, like now, for some reason. So, also hi.
Hello.
I didn't mean to knock that hard, but Belmont, I need you also.
Okay. Where's up top?
Where we go to the wagon this way?
That was
I don't know what
so
for, but he
loud.
told me to come get y'all, and he didn't sound too happy about it. So.
Okay.
We'll talk when you're ready to talk.
You okay, Belle?
The hell is all this? Sorry, do we need a crowd?
No, we don't.
No, seriously, if there's anything that needs to be said, we should just fucking say it.
I don't need. Don't.
No need to curse.
No need for a whole family to come either, but you decide to do that. So why don't we have a conversation here?
Well,
You seem to be a cultist or someone out there terrorizing people.
Jesse, stop.
That's my trick. I
Alright.
fought the cultists. Every and anywhere, whether it be in Murky, Grim. I was even going to tell the Silver Fang to help. I figured that maybe something like that would be the thing that brought everyone together.
Jesse.
Because that's what matters.
That is very commendable of you.
Mr. Belvedere,
I think it's
Emilia,
commendable.
Jesse.
I said
Stop
I
it.
don't think... I'm not going to be silent, so I'm going to tell you that one fucking time. I don't think it's commendable is what I was going to say. I think it's a duty for all of us.
What is he talking about? What is... I don't have no idea what he's talking about right now.
And my son is trying to gather everyone together to speak. From every side.
We're all gonna be there.
I look forward to it. I'm just trying to figure out why you had to get your whole family. Because I was here.
Oh, because I thought it'd be a great idea to meet you.
Yes, and your charming personality.
Oh, I'm an asshole. I'll say that. I speak up for
Clearly.
myself now. The fact of the matter is, there's not many good things to say about me from others that don't know me. So I have to be defensive. I didn't ask to be this way. But when people spread rumors about me everywhere I go, even the first day I came here, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be a little defensive. Because I don't trust you.
You don't
This is
trust
the way
us
I want it to
because
be.
of other people's.
I mean, Silver Fang, Bastion, it was a lot of people. I don't know everyone name for name, but
Well, Papa, this is Emmy.
I've met him before here in Bastion.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel foolish. Well, and there's my Lamont. Say hello.
Hello?
But is there anything we could help you with?
No. I'll take a step back and I'll say this. Because I don't see myself as better than anyone. And if I make a mistake, I will address it. The way you said that you were going to get your family. Like I said, it made me defensive. And I see I was incorrect. And I see that I'm in the wrong here. So I apologize. Please. Please. I'm apologizing.
I know.
They deserve it.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
It's alright. We'll talk. I promise you.
They are like that.
It's quite alright. It probably was my tone of urgency because I really did not want you to leave without them saying hello. I actually did not know Emmy had already met you. I do apologize.
No need. I was the one in the wrong here. And I truly apologize and ask for your forgiveness for my attitude.
I guess we're both apologizing to each other, so I accept your apology if you accept mine.
I'll raise you my apology and bring you a double apology for your apology.
Oh, yeah. Well, I triple.
Oh my god, you two stop it. She is massive. I don't know who that is.
Oh, to bypass all this, is everyone okay since the attacks?
As far as I am aware, those who were attacked are making recovery. Those who were not attacked but still involved are finding ways to deal with it. Most of which, so, will take time.
Still a little banged up, but my side is healing.
Fatalities, right?
None that I heard of. But you said you were involved in the fight, sir. How are you? Did you get hurt at all?
The fight in Marquis. We finally were able to get to the rooftops and attack the cultists, which did no damage
She
at
definitely went with the voluptuous
And
look, didn't she?
Friendly fire. Someone with a spear stabbed me in my chest twice.
I think she's a
Silverfang
vampire.
took care of me, which I will give credit to Silverfang for doing such. I forget her name. There's a doctor over there, and she's wonderful.
Probably Annabelle.
Yes, that's her. She was taking care of Whispers as well. She's sublime, truly. Outside of that, as I said, we went to Grim, and the fighting was taking place. So we got involved with that as well.
Did anyone inform you all that you have to remove their necklaces?
No, I
No.
have not heard that. How do you know this?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, say it again?
You need to remove their necklaces in order to hurt them.
How did
Really?
we come
Funny
across
assume.
this information?
Well, for one, I already suspected it. I was the first kidnap victim, and the rocks were very similar. When I tried to attack them with their necklaces on, nothing hurt them. But for two, someone from Silver Fang removed one of their necklaces during a fight, I think on the last kidnapping. And they said that then they were able to hurt them. And they're saying that that seems to be, the theory seems to pan out, so. If you're fighting them, try to remove their necklaces.
And to add to what she said, in Murky, when we were fighting them, one of them actually mentioned about their necklace and the fact they can't be hurt because they were wearing it.
Yeah. Yeah, someone did say that they yelled about it during the fighting last night.
The thing is, how does one get their necklace off while fighting them? It seems awfully difficult.
Especially if you can't
Use your
hurt them
sword.
until it's off.
Use your sword and whip it off. It's just a piece of clothing.
The difficulty behind that, if you actually
Well,
try
at
to
least we have
picture
some way.
that, the necklaces are huge.
The next thing is the fact that they're so organized. The fact they were able to attack each settlement one after another the way they did. None of us were prepared for any of that.
They took the time to watch us consistently. I imagine they probably learned when the best time to strike would be.
They did take their time to even strike at Murky. The thing I wasn't expecting, though, because of it being few and far in between of the attacks prior to these two that were pretty much consecutive, we were not expecting them to do such a thing. To attack, what, 2 days after their previous attack?
They're
That
trying to
leaves
get
me to-
specific people. They're trying to take them and get them to kneel and to commit themselves to their god. And they all seem to be female, at least that they're trying to get a specific group of females from Silver Fang. And I did hear that they tried to get Tina to kneel, I believe. Ash, they knocked out. They picked up her body, unconscious, and they were taking her somewhere. She woke up and fought them off and then pulled out her weapons and they ran away.
Well, I'm looking forward to the meeting with everybody so we can be prepared for their next attack.
Restart's about to happen, and
Yeah, I'm not even aware of a meeting. I'm assuming someone from Silver Fang's coming.
I gotcha.
Everyone is. Everyone.
Catra,
comes to this
you're a
meeting.
Witcher, right?
It's in Murkystone.
Is the Witcher group still here?
Is
Jasper,
on the notice board?
I don't quite know who is in that group.
whereas
No,
I
it's
know much.
Yeah, it's not, as he was stating, Jasper's been going around telling everybody since
I
it's
know a lot of people went
short
to
notice.
Dreams of Arcadia.
Yeah,
And
when's
that's
the
name of
meeting?
it.
Right
After
after
the
this
storm.
storm.
Right after this storm. Oh. Okay.
I'm looking for
Part of me
this
feels
pose
it may
that
be
he
better
has.
this way to simply spread some knowledge
Pose where
by
it has
word
the
of mouth as
hand
opposed to
holding
posting
the
it so
wrist.
that we are not once again caught with our...
Yeah, but it leaves people out of the loop that have information about their findings because they all haven't had a chance to fill out the reports in the science building at Murky because they've either been healing people, getting hurt, getting kidnapped, whatever. Like, it's been really busy.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
The women that have that pose.
So to not have them there, because I know a few of them that know a bunch of stuff from Silverfang aren't going to be awake at that time, you are going to be missing out on some good knowledge, but we'll see who shows up.
So one thing that is going to be brought up, I talked to Jasper, and our communication between all the settlements we brought up, and I'm sure something like that with people with information that should know and should be informed. I'm sure that we could find a way to get information to all of each other after this meeting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we just need to stop getting attacked so they can sit down and write a report. Like, we get attacked, the next day they're convalescing in bed all day, and then we get attacked again. Like, we just...
Yes, a
there's
bit
no
of
breath.
respite would be nice.
Yeah. So, if they keep attacking us every other day, just these reports are never going to get written.
Well, when the meeting comes, we'll discuss all these things and try to find a system here.
Is there
I'm
a way
sure
to
we
look
can
at male and
such
female
great
Yeah,
minds put together.
hopefully.
Yes, indeed, I hope we do.
I hope we
Better
do.
speak with confidence. I don't hope, I know. I'm sure over there, them cultists have nothing but confidence in what they're doing.
I don't know. I guess women
But they
don't
will
have that
not
one.
defeat us. They will not win. And all they're doing by attacking constantly is showing their hand and showing that they are scared. They're telling us
Yeah.
to stop researching in on them. We're getting close to something.
Yeah, agreed. That's something all of us have kind of talked about, is that they're obviously scared, and whatever we found recently, they're scared of. And we got to figure out what it is, because it scared them enough to, like, start grabbing people and attacking consecutively.
We will win this. I have utter confidence in what we can do. Now, this storm's coming, and I'm gonna gear up. Would you like to walk with me?
I would.
I'm gonna
I'll
go over to
try.
thing and just sort of try to tell them, those who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I can meet you in Murky if you want after the storm, August.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Builder, I'll be alright.
Oh, okay. Have fun. Take luck.
Safe travels.
Y'all be safe. I'll see y'all at the meeting.
And thank you, August, for getting my family post haste so they could meet Jesse, even though apparently my sister already met him.
If Heidi still lives where she lives, everyone will talk to her.
Well, August.
Is there a wave?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So, why did you move away from me?
I didn't. Technically,
What you
I'm
doing
in
up
between.
What?
I'm in between the here and silver thing. So technically speaking, I did.
There's someone up there.
Yeah, that's our brother-in-law, brother.
Oh, that's Dante.
Mm-hmm. Trying to look stoic. Yeah, but you don't have a house here.
Hi. How are you?
Wonderful now that I get to see you.
What are you doing on the mountain?
I was coming up from the steps and I saw that you guys were having a meeting, and so I was like, let me go this way instead.
Yeah, quite a bit to fill you in on. There's a big meeting in Murky Stone after the storm, though. So, we're gonna go there. Are you gonna be able to wake up for the storm? Okay, I would like to
Are
have
you?
you with me. Yes, but I don't know if I should change before going.
Is it like a business,
I think it's all the settlements are meeting. Perhaps an exchange of information? I'm not quite sure. Or maybe a trap, I don't know. It's in Murky, and there's no quarreling and fighting in Murky, so...
Well, it's gonna be wonderful. A lot of people are gonna be talking at the same time, so...
Hopefully not. Dante, you met
Little sweaty
Lamont,
hands then.
yes? I talked to Lamont yesterday, but he doesn't remember.
No,
wasn't
no, I have. This is actually the first time I've met him. I know you told me quite a bit about him, but no. Hello, Lamont. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard many things about you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jess. How are
August
you?
has something to tell us at the house.
Okay, well, let's go there now before the storm blows in.
What's this up there? I heard what you mean.
I'm in between here and the silver thing now, essentially.
What happened? You didn't like it yet?
Oh, it's not that. It's just I wanted to also. It's what I wanted to talk to you about with you and the other day, but since everyone's here, might as well.
What kind of work are you doing?
Did you find a little dove?
Sure. Anyway, I'm going to be helping with Silverfang with their issues as well too, and also coming back in and helping out as well. So kind of like bouncing back and forth type of thing.
What's Silverfang issues? What does that mean?
What?
You said
Has Bishop told you about the proposal that I put?
No. I'm in the dark with that, so.
The showers, housekeeping. Oh
Well,
my
me
gosh.
and him have been talking and kind of like
Sounds
joining houses a little bit. You know, come to each other's aids. And I guess you've already started doing that.
Especially after the consecutive attacks on Silverfang, and then that Lost Bastion was attacked too. It's kind of like, oh, I need to be in two places at once, essentially, but not at the same time.
And Mortis was not attacked yet again.
That's odd.
Indeed.
Again.
And I also don't trust Jesse at all, but that's just me.
Oh, we just had a lengthy conversation about him. Wait, can you back up and tell me what you meant by Silverfang issues? What does that mean?
Well, that's what I mean, like the whole cultist attacks and just helping them with combat, because they are not good at protecting the people they need to protect. So
I see. Okay.
Nothing too crazy, I guess. Just being a level-headed one out of everyone, because there's not that many level-headed people there. So someone's got to train them and stuff.
I understand now. Sorry, I'm trying to hang a picture, but I'm listening.
It's fine. But that'll be actually really smart if we can join forces with Silverfang, or whatever, same thing. Yeah.
But I did need to talk to Bell about that. But I was talking to Bishop about it, along with some other things. And one of those was kind of siding and joining with Silverfang. Knowing that, what is it, Is it Grimworth? Grimwood. Or whatever
Grimwood, yeah.
They have quite a bit of people on the side, so it's best to bunch up in numbers and be solo and have them wipe every single house out.
Wait.
So,
What do you mean?
Go ahead.
What do you mean? Oh my god. Damn. I'm trying to look up a picture of a Victorian cat in a bed to put behind the cat bed. And I just kind of caught part of that. No one will save you. What is this movie clip? Oh, wrong one. Damn it, I didn't mean to click that. Oh my god. get the popcorn. Let's watch it together. No one will save you? Kitty just posted this in the Discord. I don't know what it is, so. Oh my god. I love scary movies. Like, I love, 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 love scary movies. Babe, what did we watch the other day? And I was like, oh my god, this is so good. And I watched it twice. What was that movie we watched? I watched it by myself and then I watched it with you. What movie was that? I don't know if it was scary, but I thought it was really good. It just came out, right? What was that movie? We just watched it. Let Me In. Is that what it was? Why does Emily have... Emily, do you like scary movies? Okay. What if we do... any of these pictures? I'm going to do one of these. These are cute. This one. Open image. Oh, there's a little watermark. Damn. Oh my gosh, Midjourney bought this. I'm gonna MJ this. Imagine Victorian. Okay, hold. Let's do this together. Victorian cat, top hat, posing streets, old London. Okay, let's see what we get. Talk to me. Okay. I hate clowns too. Oh my god. I hate clowns. I can handle most, and I don't like gore either. So gore and clowns are just not an option. Oh, look at these. I wonder if I could do... Oh my god, these are so cute. I hate it. I hate it so much. They're so fucking cute. Okay. Imagine a Victorian white cat, top hat, posing streets of old London. Do you like a profile side? I'm surprised I didn't do a side one because a lot of times it does. Look at these. I thought this was beautiful. I think there was one I was looking for a night fairy and it came up with something like that. I thought they were so pretty. I love these beautiful, elegant dresses. I was trying to create a picture of a little boy with St. Bernards, and for some reason it doesn't generate St. Bernards correctly. So I kept trying to redo St. Bernards so that it would understand and go pull correct images for St. Bernards. like these. I thought these were really neat because, you know, I have 2 Saint Bernards, and so. And then I took the original pink-skinned woman. So the original picture I used for Taphnia, who is my Fey dragon. She's pink skin, pink hair, pink horns, pink tail, but she has white dragon scales on her. I got some pictures before, so I took that prompt and I put it in again to try to see what it would come up with now with version 5, and it's completely different than what I got before. Oh my god, these are so cute! Okay, which one? Which one do we go with? We can completely re-roll, or we can pick one of these to do variables. 4, you like 4 the best? I think I like number 1 the best, so we can do both. We can do both. So variation 4 and 1. He has a little watch or something on too. Look at that. It's so cute. I thought about just doing a stream one day where we just generate pictures. Using Midjourney and just making pictures. I might do that because it's actually so much fun. Wait, is the server back up, by the way? Hold on, we'll come back to this. Let me get the server info. I'm finding that it's so much easier to just direct connect versus go this route. Okay, let's see. Midjourney. Oh my god, look at his big old feet. Oh my god, this one has ginormous feet. Okay, which one? Which one do we go with? I mean, these are so cute. Oh my god. Those are so fucking cute. Oh my god, look at those big old beans. Oh my god, look. Oh, they're so cute. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Let me, Number 2, okay, hold on. Let me get my, be right back screen.
Nobody talk at once is fine.
I didn't want to talk to you anyway.
Fine.
You moved away. You can
Cry about
be in between all you want.
You won't cry about it? Do you need a tissue for them tears of yours?
There's one thing you're in
Okay, so
between,
number
and that's
2.
not
oh my
here.
god, they're so cute. Okay, number
Do I need to
2.
catch them teardrops in
Do we
a
want
cup
upscale
and drink them
or
in front of you? Is
variation?
that what you want?
Yes, drink my tears.
Oh, these are so
Hi,
good.
Astrid.
Hello.
Don't ask. But this is being weird.
Oh my god, his feet are so big. I love it.
Okay, so Grimwood, I definitely keep a close eye on because there's a couple of issues going on with a couple of them vampires over there. So
No, it doesn't, but that's okay.
apparently they're having a what's the word I'm looking for here? They're having an episode where they start like
you guys.
talking in like really high pitched tone and laughing maniacally and stuff like that.
Like Jesse?
Yes, like Jesse, Jasper, Alvin did the 2 I heard, and Gloria as well.
Are we sure this is not simply due to inebriants and substances?
No, it's different, because I think Jasper was found in a spawn arena doing that thing, and yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if there's like some sort of vampiric disease going around, or they're just losing their shit. But definitely something to keep an eye on. It's not drugs.
Add.
How old is Jesse? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you.
Because V was talking about how he turns into a completely different person.
He's so cute.
And like, besides like the laughing and stuff, is like there's more to it than just that.
Didn't Tina say something along those lines too?
Perhaps. I don't remember.
It's a weird face you're putting on there, Dante.
Settings.
You don't see the
owning
picture
player.
hanging over the little bit here?
It's a
Usability,
cat with a baller hat.
Owner only.
Like he's a
Owner,
dealer.
Visibility, everyone. Tool flags allow you to customize how player interacts. Enabled.
Tendon.
I've never seen a cat dress up like that before.
Well, the more you know, I guess.
Crazy people.
Yeah,
Why would
but
you buy clothing for a cat?
Mr. Mutton Chops. Why would you do it? Huh? Explain it.
What are you talking about? That is not my cat.
Uh-huh.
Hold on.
Wait, where are you going?
I'm changing.
Why are you? Oh.
I love it. I love it.
Okay then.
He needs to put on his smart clothes because we're getting ready to head to this meeting.
Should I change as well?
I mean, it's all up to you, to be honest with you.
Oh, I wanted to go back to what you were saying. You were trying to come up with an alliance with Bishop?
Me and Bishop were talking about it because he's been noticing things that are happening out in Grimwood. That quite a bit of numbers are piling up there. And so he's afraid that I guess we all know that Grimwood is covered in vampires by now.
Probably not gonna that with you.
So he is afraid that they might take over some lands.
Right.
And I was like, well, I could talk to Belvedere and see what he thinks about it, since he's pretty much pretty high up in the council. But I need to see Belmont, I know.
I mean, did you put the cat in my clothes?
No, it's in its bed behind you.
I know, but the picture. The
Oh, so
concerned about the cat than what I just said.
What?
What?
He just said he was trying to make an alliance with Bishop. And I
With whom?
feel like you should probably discuss that, since that was part of the whole council meeting today.
Oh.
Should be a topic that you guys talk
Bring
about.
up. Yeah.
What do you think?
I'll wait for him to
Mr.
come back down there.
Bartholomew?
Too worried about a cat instead of what I was talking about.
Sorry, I am very afflicted by a cat being in my clothing.
You were supposed to be a smut.
How would you feel if you had a cat that was placed in your clothing?
I didn't know you were 5'1".
We'll do that.
What?
Look at his name is Mr. Bartholomew Steinman Whiskers.
The first.
Yes, the first. That's actually my
You gotta add that in there. You just have to. We're gonna put a long ass name on a cat like that. You gotta add like first, or second, or third. Or something.
senior. That's actually my cat's real name.
Mr. Belvedere Mutton Chops Anderson the First.
Why? What the? No.
Yes.
Bartholomew.
No.
Mew.
Yes.
Meow.
Stop it.
You can't make me. It's already in motion.
I love it.
But whoa.
All right, should we head to town then?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna worry about it.
Did we
You
talk
wanna
about
talk
the
about it?
council?
Wait, isn't there a meeting at Murkystone right now?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the
You know how long it's going to take for everybody to show up?
Yeah, because we're all standing here.
Not
what happened?
us.
I'm gonna
What
go-
happened in an important conversation? Okay, this is different.
Okay, I'm gonna open the door so I can hear you guys while I change.
Okay. Hopefully Dante can hear me too.
Yeah.
So there's someone's trying to make an alliance. Was that Dante trying to make an alliance?
Yeah, with the Silverfang.
Oh, yeah, we're not doing that.
Oh, well, why? I'm curious.
More into the aspect that if we make an alliance and then people start expecting us to help them and then there's nobody around when they show up to help them, feelings get hurt.
Yeah, they're a sensitive bunch.
It could cause a lot of conflict.
I mean, there's already enough conflict as it is, so what's a little bit more?
So
I'm kidding.
Instead, where I'm the liaison for Last Bastion, and I'll be working with the captain of the guard at each, or man at arms, whatever they want to call themselves, as the liaison to discuss how to come up with different ideas to protect each individual town by ourselves, whether make better defenses, better training, so on and so forth, so we can each be able to take care of ourselves and be able to grab different ideas that other towns are doing and using it in ours.
I should probably be a part of that meeting since I'll be helping with the training, so.
Sounds good. The only person I've talked to so far is Jasper.
Okay, that looks better.
Are you sure?
Yes, I believe I'm positive this time.
Not hanging from the ceiling over here.
Oh, much better. Very much better.
It looks off. I'm kidding, it doesn't. I'll shut up.
It looks crooked. It's like
Are you sure your head is not tilted?
It's 1/8 centimeter crooked.
Is this what I had on? Some of these are cute and some
I
of
know
them
my
don't make
head's not
sense.
crooked.
Are you sure over there? You
So
look like you look like you have
not
to look
tilted?
to the side. Tilted. Oh,
you know what? Just say yourself.
I don't remember the skirt
brain.
being this
See?
color, but
It's a good thing we didn't go to the meeting yet.
It's fine. Just stick it out.
Stick
Okay,
what
it's
out?
okay, good.
It's a thing. It's fine.
Fuck you're saying.
I forgot you're not American, so it's a little bit harder to say certain things around you because you don't know what the hell I'm saying. So it's fine.
Oh, okay. All right, I see how it is. You're just getting feisty because you're not in between.
I am a big. Shut up. I mean, I'm in between now. See, look, I'm in between you and Lamont. See, I'm in between.
Oh, that's
Oh, shut up. Shit.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my brother, just not.
I'm going to shove your head in a bucket of hot water.
Well, that sounds quite nice.
I know it is.
he
That's why I
sounds
said
like
that
he
way.
has a true Southern accent.
Actually, you know, that
Should I
kind of
get on
sounds.
my knees to do that?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Actually, a really warm towel sounds right about nice, right about that. Like right around the back of your neck and just kind of just soak it. Just enjoy the feeling of your muscles being relaxed.
Oh yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Don't make it awkward.
That's what you're going with, okay?
You make it awkward. Stop it.
He's making it awkward.
Shut up.
Don't tell my sister to shut up.
I don't need input. Thank you.
I don't need any input. That's great. I
But
don't
yes,
know who that is. I'll be honest.
I would keep a close eye on Grimwood because it's besides the numbers growing, it's also that's going on too.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want to briefly talk about what we? But actually, Belvedere, do you trust this man? I don't know who he is, so.
Oh, I trust him with my life.
Are we talking about
vice versa.
This man here?
Yeah, August.
I'm Emilia. I don't know if I've met you yet.
No, but your hair's kind of like in your face. You might want to do a little bit of a twirl.
Looks good to me. I don't see it in my face.
It's definitely.
There you go.
There you go.
I don't know why. It's normal to me.
Uh-huh.
Either way, do you want to tell him? Short version, long version?
Of the Tina thing?
Yes, and oh my gosh, what? Jesse. Did you say you don't trust Jesse or Jasper?
Yeah, Jesse.
Okay, yeah, Jesse.
Well, I don't trust any of them, to be honest.
Jasper's his son, so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't trust any of them, to be honest with you. But that's besides the point. Continue.
You want to tell him?
Thank you. Yeah, since he so nicely asked me to continue. So Jesse wants to turn Tina. Tina doesn't know if she really wants to because she really loves him, but she doesn't want to at the same time because she believes it's not a smart idea. And then she wants her friends to stop treating her as a child, per se, as someone who needs help all the time. You know, that southern way of leave me alone, I'm dealing it with myself.
Yeah, I get that, but she does realize that she can't really help herself if she's constantly having a mental breakdown, right?
That's what we were trying to get through to her, and she kept on. She told us she doesn't want people to tell her what to do, yet she was here asking us what she should do.
So what you're telling me is she's going down the Peggy Lee route.
In a more or less non-dead way.
Yeah.
If everyone knows that Peggy Lee is not dead, but she's turned, why are we keeping it such a secret to... Why are we talking about it like it's a secret?
We don't actually know who does and doesn't know.
Yeah.
And do we care that... Why would we care if they know? Why do we need to talk about it like it's a secret? We have no reason to hide that kind of secret, especially considering...
Because, as you could see, Jesse didn't know that... doesn't think of me as a threat. So if I go out saying, oh yeah, I know she's a vampire, then he's probably going to come up with his own assumptions.
I'd also rather not have citizens of Last Bastion picking up their torches and pitchforks and just going wherever they please with this information.
Yes, that too.
I mean, I disagree, but, you know, if you think we need to keep it a secret, then if anybody asks me, I will be more than willing to say something, though, just so you're aware.
You're starting to sound more and more like Dante every day.
Well, you know, maybe he's just rubbing off on me.
Ew.
We have a meeting Yes?
Yes, we probably should get going.
Is Dante coming, or is he up in the room?
I don't know. Dante, are you coming along? Dante?
Yes, yes.
Are you coming? I also
And
found
thanks
this.
for having my back, August.
Oh, you're welcome, of course.
Saw this cute little bed. Maybe for a puppy.
That big of a bed?
What?
Oh, never mind.
You must needed to adjust your eyes a little bit there.
All right,
Yeah,
shall we?
So, people are saying I need glasses.
I mean, you are of that age, so.
Oh, okay. All right, that's rude.
Also, Belvedere, what is this you're talking to Tina Lee about pounding?
It's
Are you,
the experience at the soap shop.
Is that why she's so, you
Walk
know...
and talk, come on.
Why she's
What?
so, torn? Are you one
What?
of... Did you bet her as well?
No,
Are you lying?
I am definitely not lying. I've never done anything with Tina. Even Peggy gave me a pounding.
Oh my... Oh, dear. Was it that awful that she had to... Never mind.
Like the
What?
You had both sisters.
What
man.
are you talking about?
Both
It was
sisters.
awful for me.
Y'all,
We'll see you there, okay?
Okay.
a little bit. I gotta get my butler up.
All right. Take luck. It was so horrible for me, and they enjoyed it so much that they just wanted to pound me. They wanted to both do it at the same time.
Oh my gosh. Also, I have a quick question, Belle.
If she go-
Wait, Belle, I have a quick question before you go through. Who was the woman in pink? Callie, yes?
Oh yes, Miss Davenport.
Is she working at the brothel now?
No,
I was
think
just
so.
wondering because nothing.
But no, speak
Oh,
up.
I was just
say it.
curious because of her
How do you
outfit
realize
at
that
the meeting.
Miss Tina is staying behind?
What? Huh?
Well, Miss Tina-
I didn't realize that either, but you know. There's nothing wrong with jesting with your siblings.
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
You heard.
Alright, where's this supposed to be?
Either at the cathedral or the fire pit. Not at the cathedral.
Bartholomew.
Here's our one carpet.
Bad for your teeth. A brick.
A brick.
Oh, okay. Heard that wrong.
Alright.
Your child is sitting right here.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes,
mind.
Daddy, don't be a bad man. Be a
Am
good
I
man,
standing
Daddy.
on something that's like floating?
Can we commence the meeting, please?
Yes.
Everyone getting close.
I think everybody has yes. I think everybody that's gonna be
Yeah.
here is gonna be here.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting me to do all the talking, but I was just here to see if everyone would come together. And I'm gonna say that it's very nice to see everyone come together. Everything that's been happening, especially since yesterday. And I respect every one of you guys. Everyone here is brave, even if you're not a warrior. Doctors, healers, people of science. And I appreciate every one of you for showing up. Everyone here has a common enemy. They had hurt people we cared about. And I wish to see it no more.
Maybe the hospital can tell everybody
Oh,
about that thing.
it was like, not me, but what was it? I think it was the hot
Dr. Sebastian, are
pink
you
with
here?
like the boobs were like
I am.
really showing,
Yes,
and the
right
tall boots. I
do
don't
you
think
want
it was
to
a
bring
belly,
that up
but
as well as what I suggested to you, please?
I was thinking about that in the meeting, and I
Certainly.
had to. I
So
wanted to just give
tomorrow,
Belvedere shit
Tuesday,
about it.
9 p.m.
No,
Eastern,
it's not me, Pink. It's not me
there
talking
will
about
be
you as a person. It's just
a
my
session at the
character pointing
hospital
this out to Belvedere. Okay, it's
where
not.
everyone's
It's not
invited.
personal. Okay.
Those who already have medical knowledge
I was like, I've
will
got to
be
say
shown
something
where
to
everything
Belvedere.
on the hospital is. Because yesterday I heard a lot of questions of where is this and where is that and where can I find that or the other. So anyone who comes will be made familiar with where supplies are and where specific things are. And for those that don't have medical training, for
I
the
mean,
lay
look at this
people, there
outfit.
will
I've only
be,
worn this outfit once, but I love this. I
some
love this
basic
top.
instruction given on how to provide some basic trauma care, enough to stabilize, or if not, then at least keep someone alive until a doctor can get to them. Because again, yesterday there were a lot of people there that were wanting to help, but didn't know how, and the doctors were
No,
busy
don't be
and
crushed.
could
It's just
not
a
give
character thing.
instruction
It's just a
or could
character
not
thing.
go
It's
there
not you. It's
immediately.
not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm just. It's a character talking about a character.
That way, while we do generally have in the region several medical professionals, we can't guarantee that they will always
I don't
be
attack
around
people out
at
of
the right
character.
time, or
Unless
that
I
they will
know
be
that
enough
they're
when there's
bleeding,
such massive
then I might,
casualties as yesterday.
give them a big fat fuck you.
So to
but
avoid being so
it's not
overwhelmed
often.
again, I'd like to teach as many people as possible how to do basic trauma care to stop people from bleeding out or getting infected, and other sets very basic things. There will be another class of the same exact thing on Thursday going into Friday, 1 a.m. Technically Friday, but you know, late Thursday. So hopefully people that can't attend one might be able to attend the other. I believe Miss Maestra is wanting to set up a sort of reoccurring class over at Silverfang.
Basic field dressing for those without medical education is something the doctors, those who understand what needs to be done to make certain we reduce the chance of life in limb, can give basic information. Yesterday I ended up doing something I never expected. If it had not been for Skull's instructions, Henry may have died.
Oh my god, there's a bear.
Why is there a
bear?
Please remove the animal, whosever animal that is.
They
Quickly.
went onto the carriage.
There's a bear. I hope it is tame. Cool.
There we go.
If I may, before we continue, there is a science society that's being built in town. It's not the easiest place to find at the moment. It is, well, let's just say that a rogues guild would probably be easier to find. That said, there is going to be a coordinated effort by quite a few people. I believe some of them are here.
Head of Science Society, stand up and wave your hands
And-
around.
Yes, you there, lady. I'm speaking to you.
Science?
Science. That's the science.
The lady with the book. Hello. Okay, maybe she's very, very engrossed in her story.
Oh, unfortunate. Nap.
Oh.
Oh, we broke her.
Do we have anyone else from the
Too much pressure.
Charles here.
Any other like dedicated, register the members of the Science Society?
Anyway, we're going to make sure that there is signage there so that it is obvious to find, but that is going to be a repository, I believe, for any type of scientific findings. It is highly suggested, if that is part of your interest, to go there and share information with like-minded people.
Thank you, Victor.
Of course. Does
When
anyone
she's
else
back.
have anything they would like to... Who's back?
I was just saying, pointing out that once she's back, do you have something for the people of science?
Oh, okay.
I can speak on behalf of security.
If she's back.
She's back. It might be hard.
Well, I'm just gonna say it anyway. Me and Violet were planning on being around at 7 o'clock tomorrow to shove books in there, so if anybody wants to show up, hey, come help.
On the Eastern or?
Eastern Stars.
Alright.
I shove my nose in books all the time, so it
Organizing.
doesn't matter.
This sounds like a lot of fun. I'll bring snacks.
Works for me.
There is a list of people willing to take reports and like site investigation, witness statements in regards to Red Cult. It's in the board of the security center. There is a very large file case on them. Anybody who wants it is welcome to have a copy of it. Please be aware there are certain black-lined things on certain raid reports. Can't read it if it's black-lined, sorry. Redacted. You probably ask the person who gave the witness statement if you're that curious. If you are interested in doing an investigation or anything like that, I can get you hooked up with a master file of the case. You can help contribute to figuring out what happened, because it was a bit of a mess yesterday and I don't know if we have a consolidated report yet.
Yes, very important. Let's see from yesterday. Any information, you know, what weapons they used, what happened, anything they said important,
Good night, Brayden.
any little detail.
What I would like to know is, I have heard somewhat conflicting accounts on if there were enemy casualties.
There were. They use grenades to make sure that they have nothing left to examine or furthermore interrogate.
Do you have any idea of numbers of the initial force and numbers of casualties?
I believe that I saw 4, possibly 5, utilize these grenades.
When they came down the streets of Grimwood, I think there was probably 10 or 12 of them. It was
When
because
they
they were all very
attacked-
close together.
When they attacked Silverfang, if I recall, there was about 15 to 16 of them, I think. Because there was an equal amount of us and them, so about 15.
Yep, roughly 15.
It was the same. We're close to it.
I joined in the defense of Last Bastion. I fell there. So.
A lot of them. More than the 5 or 6 or 7 we might see in the reports. And if they lost some and still had more in the next assault, and speaks to a decent number.
Do we
But
have
they
any...
can be killed.
Yes, they can be killed.
They can.
So
Yes,
we
you
have
have
any
a
working
knowledge.
theory on why they perpetrated this attack.
I feel like they're
Repeatedly, they stated that they wanted us to stop the investigation, and we did not listen. And this was the result of that.
Was
See,
that
that was
this
the
attack or
prior
the last
attack.
one?
That was at
Prior.
Murky.
And it was stated in Silverfang last night as well.
I don't recall much of anything
I
being
don't
said by
remember
them.
what they said.
Last
They
night.
were trying to separate specific women and take them. They tried to take Ash when they knocked her unconscious in Bastion. They were trying to get Tina to bend a knee to their cause or god or whatever.
Tina totally bent a knee
Does it
last
know
night.
what
Like,
investigation they were speaking of? Is it
That
all
is
investigations in general, or?
I believe just any investigation into them.
Henry, you said that they spoke to you. Would you mind coming with me after this meeting? I'd like to get that written down. If anybody heard them say anything, we need to get together and get these written down, because that is even a slight comment from them put together with a comment elsewhere, maybe information unexpected.
In regards to the attack at Bastion, was the attack at Bastion with lethal intent or more of a subduing effort from the cultists?
No, it's very much lethal.
And
Well,
when I walked right into them, they wanted me to bend the knee and everything. And it went lethal.
And whatever they're putting on their blades, it is going to scorch you.
It was very hot.
The hard way.
Really?
Yeah, the blades were hot.
Yeah.
I didn't have that experience at Silverfang. Did other people?
Yeah.
I had the
That's why I'm
experience.
fucked up.
Henry had burnt tissue in his wounds. I don't know if that was from the strange orbs they were throwing or the weapons, though.
Oh.
I believe for the most part it was the orbs. I could feel it traveling through my metal armor. So those people that are more prone to wearing leather might have a leg up on us.
It was on the blades too. They were hot.
Yeah,
I swear,
yeah.
like they were drawn out of a forge.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody else hear something?
Oh, yes, I heard him.
It's Star
Yeah,
Metal.
Star Metal fallen.
Oh.
I didn't experience hot blades myself, so I'm not sure.
Seems like certain cultists will have those blades. Then
Main one that had hot, the main one that had hot blades, from what I could tell, was the what do you call it? The head honcho there, the one that like to yap a lot. He has some hot blades, and at
That
least
would make
I think
sense.
it did. And he was also quite prone to, obviously throwing those orbs and whatever sort of fire he could. At least that's what I saw. Though it's a bit hard to tell.
So the hierarchy has different weapons.
Yes. I saw one with a staff. I would say that the medium hierarchy used specialized weapons, and the lower echelons used standard basic weapons.
There was at least one with dual daggers. There was another one with two-handed axe.
Yeah, I was
One with a
fighting.
giant sword.
And I was fighting one with an East Blade. I used an East Blade too. We were fighting each other a lot.
Good choice.
There was also that used two swords.
Right.
So it seems they don't have a standardized fighting style. Which is a positive.
They still pop out of the ground like mole people.
And their goal's to
I didn't
overwhelm
see him
people.
coming. I was
Spicy
on top of
mole
it.
people.
I was on top
They
of the roof
split
with
people
Silver.
up and then overwhelm them.
I didn't see him coming. I got knocked off the roof by one of those stupid balls.
It's very sudden.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to bring up about communication. If you're able to have the numbers, please do send at least one person to Murky Stone. If you do not see no one there, then send them to the other settlements. That has helped us greatly yesterday. We were very overwhelmed. Thankfully, another group came to our aid. Thankful for that.
I will make a statement in addition. I saw it happen a few times, including to myself, when people were trying to help someone on the ground. They had lethal intent, and I appreciate that people tried to help those who had fallen. But I think in the future it is better to drive them off than to try and pick someone up. Especially when the world is in a state like that, rocked by lightning and magic.
To add to what you said, Gloria, I know somebody came from Last Bastion saying that there was no medical there and they needed help. Well, obviously some of us went to try to aid and help from a medical standpoint. Pushing them back away from the wagon would have been very beneficial because I barely got off the wagon before I was struck down. And it was not by somebody in a red robe.
Yes, I think in cases of attack, it is probably best for people who are not able to fight to flee to Murky Stone for aid and disseminate through other settlements. I know there were a lot of people that I was like, oh god, these people need to not be here. And it was concerning, but
yeah,
we don't have standard operating procedures for terrorist attacks like this. So
I also believe in that case it would be important for the settlements to set up different emergency levels. Where it splits them up. Or lets them know in a case of in a moment's notice. I don't know if any other settlements do.
That are trying to pull the fights away from the wagons so that if there is aid coming to help, they're not getting bombarded the moment they try to get off.
No, it's hard to control fights, but that would be important because healers or aid is if they're being attacked and being mistaken as soon as they get off the wagon, that's a problem.
Silverfang on a nearly nightly basis. We spar down on the beach. Everyone is welcome to come. And I know that several citizens of Silverfang have expressed an interest in helping those who wish to learn to defend themselves and their homes, to teach them to work together, how to move in a field of chaos together as one. Even if it's only 4 people, you can seriously reduce injury.
Well
I
said.
am willing to get my ass beat just to be the local, what's it called, punching bag.
Also, knowing your community helps. Knowing who's a healer, who's a fighter, who can run and send a message. Knowing what you're working with will help in an attack like this.
Dr. Lacroix, do you have a formal registration at Murky Stone?
I was going to say, to bounce off of what Jesse says, that I understand that there are many medical professionals in the regions at various locations and settlements and elsewhere, and none of us owe anyone else anything necessarily, but it would be good to know who knows what they're doing and who might not. So I would ask anyone that is medically inclined, has knowledge, or is a professional to either find me and let me know, or drop a letter in the hospital donation box, or be present on one of the classes this week so I can write everyone down. And of course, part of the class will be to show everyone where everything is so people can operate there in an emergency, even if it's not where they usually work, without having to search for things.
I know something we do at Silverfang also is we have a board right outside of our medical center that states every single healer that we have. It's on that board as well.
Yes, and like I said, some people work in specific areas and that's fine, but in an emergency, they might find themselves at the hospital in Murkystone, which is reasonable. And for this reason, there should be some effort to coordinate medical efforts.
I'd say the same for registration should probably go to the Science Society as well. Because, you know, somebody talked to me about, I think it was like chemicals today, and I had no idea what they were saying. Who's a chemist?
I thought you were a chemist.
I'm not a fucking chemist.
Yes,
Did
I am.
anybody take note on what weapons were effective against these enemies? Magics or anything like that?
I noticed that a weapon that causes them to not be able to move as fast aided me quite well.
I suggest that we have this all documented down and passed among the settlements so they'll be better prepared for the next incoming attack.
Yes. Like I said, any little detail on weapons, weaknesses that you notice, anything.
I took reports from several people that were in the fight at Silverfang. They did notice a few things. They are in the file that Dame Blackwood has on the cultist, file 17. You can get a hold of that very easily.
Literally give it to anybody who wants a copy of it. Also, any of the investigators listed on the board also have master copies and can also give it out. Or anybody who has it can just give it out. I really don't care. Give it to everybody.
More distribution of the information is more important. More people that know, it's better precautions can be taken.
But every time you pass it along, change one word.
Please don't.
Please don't listen to
Please, no!
Listen, I will give you a reading file that you can read in and not write, like, give back into the master file if you're going to be a brat like that, Foktu.
What if every copy that is distributed has what places' names have been given a copy is on it? For example, if there's an original here in Murkystone, if we know that Grimwood has one, Last Bastion has one, and Silverfang has it, is put some sort of a note in there stating that there is a copy that's been distributed to each town. So we know who has the information, who doesn't.
There's 18 different reports in case file 17. It's not a small file.
Oh my god.
Grimmerwood resident book nerd has it.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the book people do it. You get the file in the format you get it. What you want to do with it, I don't care. Just don't modify the master file.
Book nerds.
I'll throw the book at you.
We all need books to throw.
I'm not throwing my books, how dare!
I'll make you a fake one.
Right into the fire.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see. We covered a lot of things. Does anyone know where the research center here is? And can you show me? Because I thought that was where the meeting today would be.
We would not fit in there. Mm-mm.
Not enough room.
Science Society is about the size of the security center. Just very suspicious.
Yep.
All the spaces in the hallway.
Secret Science Club.
All right. Is there anything anybody needs for their community, their city, or their estate to help in preparation in case they attack again?
Zep, blood drive.
Don't put that on me.
It's your thing.
All
It's
right.
definitely not
Like I
security
need a
stuff.
blood drive for the hospital, seeing as they're, muttering about it.
So yesterday we went through a good chunk of a number of supplies, that being high quality medicated bandages, gauze, disinfectant. Anyone with the capability of making these, please reach out. The hospital will pay you, but we need to replenish our stores. And there is the issue of people often coming from some distance away, bleeding from a lot of wounds, and needing transfusions, and the hospital has exactly 0 currently available. I would urge the various settlements to organize some blood drive efforts in whatever way they see fit, keep them wherever they see fit, just have some available for emergencies when people need transfusions. I think that is something that each settlement or group should see to internally. Yes, okay, questions? Excellent.
All right. I think
Well
that.
said.
Is there anything else anyone would like to bring up? Any information that they feel that they wish to share? Okay, great meeting.
Alright.
Go team!
Oh, wait, she's awake. Violet.
Science
Oh,
Queen!
lady.
Violet? Violet.
Violet,
All hell of
I'm
Mistress of
back here
Science.
Might
with
still
my
be stretching.
flowers.
Violet, run.
Headaches. Probably really bad headaches right now. give her
The
a
worst
minute.
place to wake up.
I believe in you, Violet. Come on.
I like waking up at Alex's house. I have no problems there whatsoever.
Why do I feel like that was sarcastic?
Nope, actually,
No.
it's the truth.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
nice. Nice.
I,
really good,
I have
actually,
a, I have a very decorated home, but it's done very well to not cause headaches.
Awesome.
We blinded her with science.
Well, outside of all
With
that,
science, you say?
With science.
I would suggest that every settlement pay attention to your area. Any type of movements in the sense of these cultists. We should definitely be looking around to see if we could find where they lay their head. And I know that's not no easy task, and I know we've been looking for quite some time now. But we should definitely have that in the back of our mind to continue the search. So we're not always reacting. Instead, we bring the fight to them.
Maybe this is a crazy idea. Science people tell. Could we create almost not like a clone of their machine, but maybe like recreate it to try and study it? See?
Good idea.
I don't know. Science people?
Engineers. We need engineers and people, tinkerers. I can't do it myself. There's just too many bits and parts that I don't understand.
I don't know. There was rocks involved. I don't know how rocks are involved.
Crystals create a conduit of energy.
Lost.
Actually, Gloria, what about Edward? Would he be able to do this?
I don't know, Edward.
Edward.
Yes. But what was that?
Totally paid attention.
Sorry, I was lost in thought
Science
for a moment.
project. I'm curious if we could recreate the machine or something like that to study it, if that would be of any help to you.
Possibly, though I would have to take another look at the machines. Has no one tinkered with them or looked at them?
One thing that may not be common knowledge. They were able to take something out of one of the machines in Silverfang. The incident where they were taking people to Murkystone and dropping them off here. Several of us were still in Silverfang. As soon as everyone started rushing to look for people, one of the cultists showed up and went straight for that machine.
Wait, wasn't that the machine that Father K did something with?
Yes.
So maybe they were, instead of trying to take something from it, they were trying to fix it.
That is the thought that I had, considering they came back twice.
Interesting.
I have a question. I've heard a few times that the attack before this one, the last round of kidnappings, was prompted by someone investigating something specific. Do we know who that was and what it was?
Science Queen? Pilot?
Violet.
She might not be able to hear because
Sorry. I was so
you're
Good morning.
talking at once.
I passed out for a second. There were just so many people, so many voices. Hello.
Hello.
Mistress of Science, please inform us of science.
What science?
Ask the question again.
Do we know what it was that prompted the last round of kidnappings? It was heard that someone investigated something that irked them. Was that
yes,
just a rumor?
that would-
Do we know what that was?
No, we know what that was. That would be Maestra, myself, and a few others. Well, Maestra wasn't present for it, but she helped initiate. Essentially, people were very upset with. There were some cultist attacks on individuals prior, and they had cornered Mina, who was a researcher, and told her that she needed to get everyone to stop researching, to stop trying to find answers. They tried harming her and her husband in doing so. It was a very difficult situation. Anyway, everyone was very upset over all the attacks, including the one on Grimwood, and there was talks of just blowing the encampments up, seeing if it cut off their power supplies, seeing what would happen overall. And as I was trying to do research on the one near my estate, they were already planning to blow up the one in Silverfang. We had heard Rel came to tell us this, that Maestra was sending for chapel. So we brought explosives and we blew up the camp there, and it was probably about an hour and a half afterwards that the kidnappings occurred.
So we don't know what piece of information it was, we just know the action that caused it.
Right. Now granted, I believe people have tested the different sites because we had a theory that they were all linked together. but I believe that the sites are now determined as not being linked together, for I believe there are still mechanical sounds coming from some. I'm still awaiting notes from different researchers on this. It could be that we have discovered that these are part of their power source, perhaps, and we created a blow to them, but without further research, it is impossible to tell.
Yes, their necklace.
Yes, people have said that they believe that their necklaces offer them some sort of protection or immunity. However, I've also heard contradictions of this, that someone was able to harm them in Grimwood, even though they were wearing these necklaces. Someone was on a roof.
Yes, we did harm to them, but it was not substantial harm. There was
So
nothing
they-
in regards to these necklaces, though.
Yes, it's been theorized that the
Nice.
necklaces offer protection. Also,
Yeah.
only some of them wear it.
They screamed at Silverfang that the necklaces are protecting them from us harming them.
Right. And
I believe I read in a report that the necklaces are worn by the higher ups.
yes, that is what is theorized. We do not know much of their rankings. However, the ones that walked by Arcadians and the others as well had necklaces, whereas the ones that stood in wait in the background had none.
And the main difference of the hierarchy that I've noticed in reports is mask. Different size and colors of mask, whether they're gold or silver, or bigger or smaller.
Correct.
Yes, there's some variation in the descriptions of the outfits, be it red, black, or gold, in various masks. There are necklaces mentioned. I do not know which report witness statement it was. Also, I believe there's 2 people still not giving up their witness statement.
Actually, the outfits are
it's
the
only
exact
one that I
same
saw.
except for mine.
Sorry, that's me.
Mine has a lighter gold, and
I do
my
know I
red
saw
is a
the
little bit different. There's
necklaces
only
in the
one
first-
that's different.
I read a couple of the reports.
All the
today
masks are
from the
different sizes
library,
just
and
because of the characters, and it
If
just
it
forms to the
was-
character.
Warwick, Bach2, and a couple of the others.
But like
I
I'm
know, those
Myself,
interested to
exist
see
elsewhere, yes.
what they see.
Yes,
there was
we
a
can get you
different
Master File 17.
Yes. What I did with my compendium that I left in the library is I accounted for the second kidnappings and the third because there had already been a large book created of the first kidnappings and that is also in the library. But I believe yes, the only one I have.
Actually, Faust may be
Halloran
maybe
and
different, but
Faust,
I don't know. His might be a little different.
Right, well, I do have something to say about the day the incident happened. I was in Mortis Vlogs discussing pricings with my husband, and on the glass, well, there was a peculiar person dressed in red and gold lining, tapping on it and just patiently staring at me. So there's that, and on the roof there is some red and gold threads of his shop. It seems to be revolved around that specific shop in Mortis Vlogs.
As well as the smell of ozone, but I don't think that's surprising.
What's ozone?
It is, it's also the smell just after lightning strikes, or,
Rain.
well,
Rain?
rain smell is petrichor. But, it's, if you've ever been in a room with any of the, more recent, electricity inventions that have, it's kind of the smell of lightning and electricity.
Is there Anything else important to bring up?
I guess that's everything. Alright, before everyone separates, I do want to say, again, I appreciate everyone showing up. It's truly amazing to see everyone come together.
Should do
We
this
will
more
get
often.
through this. Indeed.
Thank you, Jasper, for bringing everybody together. You know,
Looks like I'm poking around in a big book of crystals. Alright, cool.
you know, as much
That's not a bad idea.
as they're trying to pull together to attack us all, I will say this. There has been tensions amongst the settlements here and there, of course. But I can appreciate that no matter how much they try to attack us, it is doing nothing but bringing us together. They will not win this. And they'll find out just exactly what they're dealing with in the end. Also, Doctor, I'll talk to you about the transfusions you need and the blood window.
Anyone that can help, please reach out to the hospital or discuss amongst yourselves. Good night.
Take care, everyone.
Statement ever published? I don't see it.
I don't think it was.
I know it was taken. I just don't think it was published.
How are their
I
voices
think I'm
so
gonna end up
loud
missing
and
your thing,
Conan?
but I would like to do a tour of the hospital. I'm gonna try to make it. It's tomorrow, right?
Your guess is
Tomorrow
as
on
good as mine
Thursday.
at this point, Gloria.
Oh, Thursday? Okay,
It's a
well,
big
let's do it on
file.
Thursday. Right.
There is an
What do you want?
Yes. Yes. Let's go.
Alright. Okay, thank you. There should be a link
And shall we return to Silverfang?
Alright, are we moving this party to Silverfang? Because we're gonna have a phase 2 too. I expect to some of the
Oh god, headache.
Let's just keep chairs. Too many.
Good meeting.
More something might have happened, so I was getting antsy towards the end.
Why is this coming to Mortis for locks right now?
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, we have a whole bunch of people coming to Mortisville Locks. Alright. Oh,
Hello.
hi!
Hello, people.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Astrid. How are you?
Quite well.
Who's you? Is there something we can help you with, or?
Oh, I heard the snow is quite tasty up here.
Alright.
Yes.
I mean,
Especially the
fair
yellow
enough.
one. Go for the yellow snow, Belvedere.
Oh, that sounds. Is there
This
lemon
all
in it?
moved since last night.
Oh, very good.
Astrid, have you seen the housing area?
Sorry?
Huh?
They added housings over here. I actually moved in here.
That's
I
a
left
rule.
Grimwood. It's actually very nice. It needs
I
a
hope
little
you have
seating.
acclimated well.
Yes, it is very nice here. It's different than Grimwood, but I like it. It's quieter. I prefer the snow rather than fucking constant rain.
In a weird way, I almost admire the sunrises up here.
Oh yeah, they're quite nice.
this is already changed from last night.
Most of these houses are not yet built. The only one essentially built is mine.
Oh my
that's
god,
lit
it's
up in the
completely
very far back
different.
over there.
Holy shit.
I'm still working on the inside. I'm probably going to add some chairs here shortly. But I do like, I believe it was Misery who made all of this.
Oh, very nice.
Someone mentioned that maybe putting pillows instead of chairs here would be a good idea, but I'm not sure.
Emilia, look at these wide steps. Do you think we can recreate this?
I think so. This looks so different than last night. Is there a different portion of the town somewhere?
Yes,
so where
it's
we were is up the...
Up the
yeah.
stairwell?
That's where all the shops are, and down
okay.
here is the living area.
Did this just get put here last night or today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I'm
You've been
okay.
quite busy.
Yeah.
I did not do any of this. This was all Misery. The only thing that I did was build my house over there. So.
Oh, I see. I'm not surprised. She's very productive.
Yes, she is. Yes, I kind of like this. I gave her the idea of putting some sort of park-like thing in the middle. I believe Ash wants a inn on the opposite side of this from us.
I like the way she sectioned it out. This is nice.
I'm gonna have to go to sleep, but
Okay. Do you want to take the carriage back or?
I'm probably gonna take the carriage back.
Okay. Or you could sleep here, just.
No, I'll take the carriage back.
Okay.
You see that out in the distance?
I do. Do you want to go look?
I have a feeling this is how we can find those rocks you're looking for.
Alright, well, I'm gonna try and find my way back, so.
Okay, go back to the carriage, and the carriage driver should take you to Murky.
Yep.
Okay. What do you mean the rocks I was looking for? Oh, that's what that is.
Alright, do you have a pick?
I do. Well, I wasn't looking for those, but Belle was. Okay, that's
Right.
good to know.
So we'll look for that.
Okay. What is this?
Ancient shrine of some kind.
I like how they have the housing district below.
Yes, no, there's certainly a benefit of living in a more
Maybe Misery
tiered...
can come rebuild Bastion for us.
Well, look, I mean, if you've seen my my little setup just outside where we are building, I have left room to add additional contractors, so...
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I didn't even get a chance to go over there today.
Yes, no, we're calling it Bastion Builders, LLC.
We both are site build. Order. You can just put a note in the mailbox and we'll get it to you eventually.
Oh, no, is it 1 coin per bottle of whatever they order?
Depends on what you're asking because we sell a lot of shit.
Oh, that sounds gross.
We sell different things like things that we sell actually medical supplies. We help the hospital with a lot of different things. Sebastian always orders from us.
We sell various different potions of all kinds, things that can help you with combat, things that can help you with quick needing of health, all that kind of sort of thing. We sell individual herbs, and if you want to go on a little bit more cosmetic side, we also sell the perfumes, incense, and such, and tea blends if you're ever interested.
Oh, well, my goodness. How do people even choose of what to buy? That's quite an assortment of.
That's why we have side.
Yeah.
Alright, I am headed off to bed, so.
This seems adequate for one person.
Take luck.
She's got a nice balcony at the very back of her home. What a good view,
5 by
to
5?
be honest with you. Look at this.
Oh, it is perfect for a single person. 5 by 5 is typically what we have for single player, or for single homes.
It's a very small home, but it's perfect, eh?
I think it's 5 by 5. Yeah, it's perfect for someone that lives alone, or even 2 people.
I like it. Especially right off the edge, right there where you can actually have a good view like how she has. Let's go to the porch side.
I don't know how she got the these to line up, because I couldn't get mine. I couldn't get that to line up at Bastion, so I might have to play
What do
with
you
it
mean?
more. The
I didn't
flooring.
want. Admiring my house?
I was looking at the flooring with the cobblestone.
The brick and the road, it's because the road actually extends all the way to my right about here. So technically the brick is on the road.
I see, I see.
It's still a lot of work. I put all of this together today, so.
So that you have a nice Porsche up there in the back.
It's still a work in progress with everything. It's not complete. I still need a fucking bathroom upstairs, so. I have all the things, but I need to find someone that can actually install all of it. I'm not good with plumbing.
Ask Astrid. Astrid, you're able to install plumbing, correct, for bathrooms?
I can, yeah.
There you
go. Yeah, could you help me with that if you're not busy?
Yes, yeah, where would you like it?
Okay.
Promise it won't take long.
Okay, I actually have all of the things. Yeah.
Belle, should we go look this way?
Oh, yes.
Upstairs, okay.
I didn't see anything on the totem over here. Like on the others, so I could have sworn that I heard that there was one here. So perhaps somebody chipped it away?
I haven't, never heard them have one.
See here.
Oh.
Maybe I'm mistaken then.
I thought this wouldn't have been. Oh no, it's not.
No, they were all on the totems.
Yes. You know, I don't remember them ever having that item on their totem.
Things get moved around so much here that I wouldn't know either. I thought they did though. What's down there?
I don't know. We can find out.
It's just a way to come down here. That's all.
No, I just wanted to see if this had the bloodstones that you were looking for.
Oh. Yeah, I still don't even really know where to get it from.
It was from the creature like that, but the one that has ruby crystals.
Oh. Oh, there's a lot of those in near the desert, the safari area.
Oh, really? That's where I just killed one and got some from it. 42?
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, so I wanted to see if this one had them as well, but it did not. It gave me ice.
Let's see. How'd it taste?
Oh, I didn't put it in my mouth. You want some?
Oh, no, I don't.
I'll shove it in your mouth.
No, I don't know which part of the animal you're trying to shove in my mouth.
I don't know either.
Sure you don't.
Well, it'll you can put it in your room for all your lady friends that keep staying over.
I don't have any lady friends except for one.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of them. They come over once in a while, don't they?
Hear them all the time.
What do you mean them? You've only ever heard one.
I've heard many.
Different perfumes once in a while. You can smell
No, there's only one perfume.
That's not accurate.
I think you're smelling Jefferson's room.
Maybe, but you know, it's hard to tell where the smells are coming from. And the sounds, seeing as your rooms are on top of each other.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Oh, this is very nice.
Hey, look, there's who the hell's that? Or who the hell's that?
Oh, this was an addition from last night. Oh, and there's a waterfall.
That's the bathhouse. Of course, an interesting part of this.
That's
everybody.
There's Emilia, the most interesting part of this town.
Mythology?
Wow, Annie does such a good job. I would have no idea how to even begin making something like this.
Oh, Dante, you're not allowed in the masculine tent.
That's so
Sorry, what did you say, old man?
I said you're not allowed in the masculine tent. Hey, get out of there. That's super masculine.
I'm fixing to give you an early retirement, old man.
Early retirement. Oh, thank goodness. I've always wanted to early retire. Oh, hi.
Yeah, you and the women that faint over you will be very sad.
Oh.
Oh.
No. Men, carry on. This is actually quite interesting.
What? I have only see. I only see one man in front of me, and then there's myself.
Huh?
What?
What? What? Are you
do you mean,
breathing
what?
the fumes or the gas from whatever's in the
Oh,
notes in here.
I think it's his pants.
aren't
They're very
the-
tight on him, so they're
So he
choking
can't
it.
use
throwing
his
He's,
wood
masculine
into the
test
fire.
either.
man. Exactly.
Oh
man.
no, I orchestrate
Actually, if you-
masculinity from these leggings.
Do you now?
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
quite
impressed.
so. Let's see.
But you can't even talk. You're in a skirt.
Yes. I'm wearing a proper kilt. So I can't use it either, unfortunately. So I guess I'll just have to go into the feminine side and just stare, I guess.
At what?
What?
At himself.
Yeah. What else would you think I'd stare at? I'm a beautiful man.
But good to see you, Agatha. Actually, apparently I need to talk to you.
Wait, what?
Apparently I need to talk to you.
About what?
Oh, the council stuff.
What? Who said this?
Me, Belvedere. Hi.
Alright, well... Alright. Sure.
Okay. Well, no, we didn't have to go anywhere. I just need to talk to you about council stuff. You can still be held in the arms of your manly, kilted man.
Husband and third counselor.
Yeah, I'm a politician now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I kind of got wrapped up in it, so we're in it together.
I
you're
know
in
the
it alone.
Oh.
Anything I get thrown my way gets thrown on you or Ash.
Oh, well, please, I don't want to be thrown on your husband.
That is not... Okay. What do we have to discuss?
Wow, Belvedere, you don't want to be thrown upon my masculine arms?
At this
No.
point, Bev, you get thrown around like that. Never mind.
All right, Belvedere. What was it?
So I'm the liaison for the Last Bastion Council, and I was wondering if I could talk to the captain of the guard over here to have to discuss on having a meeting with the other two captains of the other towns to talk about security.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let me just quickly talk to the tree since we don't have one.
Okay. Good luck. I think you're gonna look really weak, buddy.
We just recently did expand, and our council actually got together. So we are still, how do I say, adding people to our ranks.
So about the only town guard you see is probably me. I guess.
Then you'd be a great person to talk to.
I have guns, so I can shoot things.
This is more on talking about what type of defenses we think that could help benefit each other.
Ash. You will definitely want to speak to Ash about that, because he brought up a few points about how to defend the roofs and everything, so Ash is the one you want to speak to.
Yeah, we're actually thinking about using a, there's an old,
Boom boom.
Yeah, well, there's an old type of mine that the Mongolians used to use back in the day. But, what it does is it pretty much, if you step on it, it creates a pressure that clicks steel against flint and ignites whatever's underneath it. The payload being anything from a vaporous gas to explosives. So we're thinking about using Lynn's skill with alchemy to create a vaporous trap that'll, if they land on somebody's rooftops, they get a mouthful of some kind of sleeping agent and they fall over, so we can just kind of handle them without worry.
Oh, I am a chemist. I could help with that.
Yeah, see, does that sound like a good idea to you, Belvedere?
I mean, other than not knowing the actual names of the different chemicals, yes.
That's not good, but alright.
Well, let's see. I wouldn't. I know the mechanical part of how to make those, not the chemistry part.
Oh yes. Yes.
Like I can make one explosive if that's what you want, but I don't think you want to be having a nice tea break and then suddenly you have a pasted cultist and a hole in your roof.
Oh no, definitely not. That that would be quite. Well, I mean, you could turn it into a sunroof.
Yeah, that's true. You just have to be cleaning out cultist bits from your shingles.
That's better than the latter.
That's true. But yeah, I would suggest getting with Lynn. She would know the more chemical side of it.
The other
That's
council member.
Oh.
But to be 100% honest, there's not a lot of us here. Like,
No, there's
living.
not.
So there's me, my wife, Lynn, Ash, a girl named Shadow, John,
Serafina.
and Serafina.
Oh, John lives here now.
Hunter.
Yeah, John lives.
Didn't I show you where John? No, wait, you weren't the one I
Yeah.
showed. Ooh, did I show where John? John lives quite a between the town and my home.
Oh.
Yeah, he lives in. The best way to put it is bumfuck Egypt.
Yes.
Oh.
Middle of
Oh.
nowhere.
Oh, just like your shop.
What
Yeah,
shop?
pretty much.
Your shop.
My shop is right here.
Yeah.
Oh, you moved.
Yeah, she moved.
Oh right, I forgot. I gave you an outfit before. I was so confused on who the hell you were.
Well, wow. Oh, I see. I see how it is.
I think it's just the tight pants. That's all.
Oh, very distracted.
They're not very distracted. They just. How are you? How are you not like cold?
They're quite. They're warm. Why would I be cold? I feel like your ankles would be cold.
He told me to take the heels off, so it's his fault.
She was
I mean-
complaining about standing around in heels for too long, so I told her to take them off.
And yet you chose those shoes out of all shoes that you could have worn.
To be
So
fair, I
feel
was
like
inside the shop.
I feel as a tailor, this is your fault.
Where is it then, anyway?
Talking to Ash.
Well, there you go. Belvedere? Explore the town?
Uh-huh.
Until you find them. I don't know where they are.
Okay, I'll do that.
Actually, you could just. Oh wait, you could wait by the benches.
Which benches?
Right in front of the workshop.
What workshop?
Okay.
I'm not from here.
He's very old and
Let's
not
go.
observant.
Hear someone hear me.
Alright, give you 1 minute.
Okay.
What's happening?
Yeah, come on in.
Oh, this is the place
open, please.
that we can wait if we really wanted to.
Belvedere is.
You said that you wanted a fire pit.
Right? Just shut the door in my face.
Oh, we have a
Yeah,
fire
I need to
pit.
speak with Belvedere as well. I'll be out there in half
And
a
it doesn't look very
Right.
organized with you.
Listen, I'm not the one that just kind of threw every couch that you could think of onto the ground by the fire pit. We made
What are
3
you guys
couches.
talking about? Oh, are you talking about your own place?
Oh, yes.
It's
Wanted a
pretty...
fire pit. You should have organized it better.
Don't you throw this on me, Dante. That was Miss Asher.
Always wanted it.
Miss Asher did what it looks like now.
Could have been better. This is more better.
You know, I'm going to tell Miss Astrid what you said.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, this is being teared down.
Yeah, what's being
This
torn
is still
down?
better than what we had back in Last Bastion.
Ash wants to replace it with his intriguing design that he made earlier, so
And
I
by
said
that-
it is fine, as long as you don't put the horrific mess of chairs that he did.
Which leads directly to my house. It's my backyard.
Oh, perfect. In close relation.
Dude?
Oh, hi.
Well, hello.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Standing around the anti-fire.
Oh, yes. It's very,
We're cooling
no.
ourselves off by the snow.
I would have finished it, but I have a specific instructions. It is being rebuilt to look differently.
Fair enough. I imagine I will probably be told what it's going to look like eventually.
You've already seen it.
Oh,
The previous fire pit, Ash wants to bring it back.
oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Misery tore it down and he was
Anyway, Belvedere, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Oh,
Everyone?
And, sir. But, yes.
Oh, there's 12 people in it now. Look at that.
Yeah, you wanted to talk?
Yes, I have decided to move to here, and so I was wanting to see if I could get somebody to grab the decorations out of the place that I was temporarily staying, and also it will need to go to someone else.
Oh, okay.
Are you part of
Yeah.
Bastion right now?
I was, and then temporarily I got some papers so that I could help Ash do some building here, but I've decided to stay here.
Okay, let me know which house it is so I can clear it out. And if there's anything
Yeah.
you need from it, then let me know and I can bring it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I can walk with you to there if you want. I can just point it out and everything.
Once we're done here, sure.
Yeah, sure. I'm in no particular rush. Mostly because I don't really know how to describe which house it is, besides the one with my name on it.
Oh, that's all you need
Fix
to
the
tell
window.
me. Is it on the lagoon?
It should be. If you go down the stairs, like towards... If you basically go down the stairs towards, where I imagine, the three, or, well, Belvedere's staying. Belvedere's place, you go past that, it's not the first house, but the second house along the lagoon.
Okay.
Does it still have
If
your
your
name on
name's
it?
on it, I'll
Yeah,
find
it should still have my name on it, yeah. Backside should have, it's actually, it's the one that Belvedere's girlfriend used to live in. She lent it to me as a place to stay.
You have a girlfriend?
Yes, I told you. You
You never
only
said girlfriend.
woman's
You
voice.
said many conquers of the night.
I did
What?
not say many conquers of the night.
What? You said she was a lady
I
of the
said,
night.
no, what?
She's definitely not a lady. She seems classier than a lady of the night.
I have not said this.
Then what about all the other women?
What other
Well,
woman?
maybe she's into that.
Maybe.
What are you talking about?
I am
There's
so
only
lost
one
on
woman.
this
As long,
conversation.
yeah,
I'm
as long as you
scandalized
ask her
and I am
permission
leaving.
first, then you know she might.
Who do I have to? Which Ash do I need to talk to?
Throwing titles like that.
I need to talk to
I
one of the Ashes, Agatha.
Oh, Lynn.
Me.
Oh,
What was it about?
Bomb expert?
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
the
I
stuff.
can make big kabooms. What you need?
No, well, no. Well, we're talking. I'm the council member of Last Bastion, and I was voted to be the liaison to discuss security improvements to each of the towns. And I was wondering if we could set up a meeting to talk of such things with the other two towns.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, is this their aerosolized sleeping powder in a bomb on the roof idea?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I can. Yeah, that.
Well, more than just that, like maybe
Yeah.
wall defense, and
Bigger.
maybe
Yeah, I'm also good at construction and stuff, and I can make all kinds of interesting things. Additionally, I think during the meeting, I didn't really want to bring it up directly because it seems a little sketch to just kind of blurt it out. But I did come up with some things that if we put it on a weapon, I would say that, assuming these people are vaguely human, they will be in a fucking bad state. Bunch of poisons, acids, all kinds of fun stuff. Granted, don't use it on like decent people, because that's bad, but I made a couple.
Can we see?
Yeah. They in your normal chest, Amontello?
Yes, upstairs.
I'll be right back.
Which one is this? What did she call it?
She said Amontello.
Oh.
You might know him as Armadillo.
Yeah, armadillo.
No, it's the explosive she's
Is that
talking
because
about.
you're bald?
No. Agatha can't pronounce our last name.
Why are you throwing me
Amontello.
under the bus like that?
Because you're the one who said armadillo, and now it's kind of stuck. So.
Yes, and I want it to be fixed. I don't want to be known as Lady Armadillo.
Well, it's too late.
To be honest with you, I was hoping for you to say that you have an armor that you can roll up into a ball and roll around.
That, my friend, is the most brilliant idea ever. I wish to have this made for me immediately.
I thought that's why they call you Armadillo. But...
No.
Hey, Belvedere.
What?
Did you ever figure out why you had an upside down cross?
We had an up. It's not upside down.
There was one there this morning. And last night
well,
after the attack.
Someone apparently fixed it.
I was hoping they
Oh,
went in
well.
so that you could see it, but...
It was upside down and it had a trail of blood leading to it.
Oh, it still has the blood on it.
Oh, well, yes,
Gross.
it was upside down.
But no, I don't. That definitely don't know. But I plan on making some hellfire grenades as well.
Does your town actually have like an armory of sorts?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Would you like a couple of guns donated to your town?
Maybe.
What the heck?
Maybes or yes or no's like would help.
Yeah.
I think they've got a gunsmith.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
One of Eve or something.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
haven't
drunk.
seen her
Oops.
in a while though.
Who?
Genevieve. The one who owns the store in front of our house.
Oh.
Well, she brought some weapons right now to see that our explosives are doing. So let's take a look.
So first are the weapon add-ons that we've got. I've got some. Got this kind of crimson vial. It is going to. Well, it's a extremely strong anticoagulant, which means that it's going to basically cause people's blood to run out like it's, I don't know, a waterfall. That's combined with a nerve agent that increases blood pressure, so shouldn't be very pleasant for somebody to, deal with. Then I've got this little blue vial, and it actually is very fast acting. If you're particularly tough, it's not going to really be the worst, but it's definitely going to weaken them significantly. It'll very quickly attack the nervous system and the heart. And it is a distillate of a couple different particular venoms. Then I just have straight up normal kind of distilled Scorpion Queen venom. It's, why mess with what nature's got, spent a long time perfecting, And then I have a thing that kind of just melts people on the inside. It's not really advised. I don't have very much of it. It's kind of expensive, but if you introduce it to a large area of somebody's body, so lots of small strikes, it would be ideal for putting on, say, somebody who's a fencer, or maybe someone who uses 2 knives, because they'd hit a lot of different places, and then it'll just tear through a poor person. Well, it'll tear through any person. I mean, tear through whoever is unfortunate enough to be on the end of your blades. Then I have some other fun toys. I've got some jars that can explode, and I can also take some of this explosive material and put it in a pressure trap invented in the Asias. So I've got these. And currently I've got about 40 of them, but I can mass produce them without any effort.
That's interesting.
Scaling the design up is not hard. It would take me some time to get some materials, and I'd have to watch the my stills and everything to make sure that I don't blow up half the town. But I haven't blown anything up in a long time.
And how big are those explosions?
Similarly, I can come up with some things that could do various other detrimental effects. I'll see what I can dream up,
I like that. And you said you could put these things on weapons as well, right?
Yeah, the first things that I was showing could be going on a weapon. The explosives would be a little harder to put on a weapon, I would say. Although I was tinkering with some ideas during the meeting of how I would make something that could superheat a weapon. Like people were saying that like these people's weapons are superheated in some way and maintain that. I wouldn't want to try to make I could try to make those. I'm not a weaponsmith, but I was just trying to think of a way we could inure ourselves against that. Because if it's a treatment that they're applying to their weapon, then everything has a counteragent. That's just chemistry. So if it's an oil that causes some fashion of exothermic reaction, which a reaction that creates heat on their weapon, then we might be able to find something we could put on the armor that would neutralize that, so that rather than the heat and the heated oil or whatever it is seeping through the armor, it's neutralized. Now, the hard part is most times that neutralizing chemical reactions happens, the energy has to go somewhere, and it usually becomes heat, which is, you know, it doesn't help if I turn their heat into heat. So I'll work on that. I can't promise, but I'll work on that.
Another thing that I was thinking about is maybe we could train some hounds to pick up the smell of that ozone Lynn was talking about.
Oh yeah. It's still a little bit up there on that roof. It's a little weird. It's almost like lightning struck the roof multiple times or something.
Because as much as these cultists feel like they're, badasses, nobody's a badass when they get a well-trained warhound ripping their legs off.
Right.
It's true. Everybody's cool until you have, I don't know, like a bear nibbling at your toes.
Sadly, though, pets aren't allowed in PvP fights.
Anyway, sorry. I have many options.
Well, it's you got anything else?
What do you mean, do I have anything else?
No, anything else to ask? I'm already interested on these traps that you were going to put on the roof.
Oh, I heard you talking about hellfire grenades. Like these ones?
Uh-huh. If that is a hellfire grenade, they look very similar to a regular explosive grenade.
Oh yeah, it is. I've got both kinds, but I've only got the one of the hellfire because I don't think I'm gonna need more than one.
You never know. Can't say you're a true American unless you have about 100 of them.
Well, I'm not an American.
Well, there you go, I guess.
Well, you can't say it.
Well,
I just can't wait to see one in action.
Well, Belvedere, tell me if you need those guns. I'll start working on a bunch of them.
Here.
Are we talking about rifles or flintlocks?
These aren't a hellfire, but if you want to play with that bundle of them, just not in town, and be careful.
I can make flintlocks or trapdoors, whichever one you prefer. Trapdoors are easier for normal people to use, because loading a musket is although a musket does tend to be more dangerous, seeing the caliber of the musket ball, but getting a right pack in the barrel would be something people would need to train at. Trapdoor, you just kind of flip it open, put it in there, pull back the hammer, and it fires out a single shot.
Oh, that sounds good to me on the trapdoors. Yeah, just tell me your price and definitely, or you said donate, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to keep our allies safe, I can just donate them. If you'll come with me, I'll give your town 2 of them.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it.
I only have 2 of them built.
Oh, that's quite fine. Anything will help.
Yeah, anything to keep people safe and alive and uninjured.
Belvedere, who did you say was the armorer? In Bastion?
Genevieve.
I don't see Genevieve on our ledger anymore, so I don't believe she's in Bastion anymore.
Oh, well then take down her shop then.
I will. I'll talk to Astrid because I didn't realize she had left.
Same. And also, is there a way we can take down that purple tree where Augustus' house used to be?
We'll talk about it when we get back because you'll have to show us.
Okay.
Alright, come with me, Belvedere. So, if you guys need a blacksmith, just come find me. I can do some work for you all, since you apparently lost your blacksmith without even knowing.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Hello? Pretty sure my wife wouldn't like you, giving me quite a bit of explosives.
Oh.
Hey, it's always nice to have friends.
I tend to, blow things up that are not supposed to be blown up.
Oh, well, that seems like a problem I'm going to foist on someone else.
Did the
I
same
will
thing with
apologize
explosive
after.
arrows.
But please don't blow up this town.
No, of course
Or
not.
any other people.
I will be very careful.
Oh, Ash. I guess Ash fell asleep standing up.
An amazing laboratory
seems
up
like-
there on top. Bill needs to really look at that one.
Oh yeah, up there. Yeah, I built
Mhm.
that and the attached clinic to the right.
You built that.
Yeah, that's what Ash hired me for. When I mentioned that I was hired to do a little bit of work here, and decided to stay. That's the work.
I'm awake. I've been awake.
Maybe you were asleep. Also, maybe he'll show you if you if you want.
We saw it yesterday, but I'm pretty sure there's a couple of people that might be interested on having one of those built down at Last Bastion.
Oh, you might be interested in having something built?
There's somebody that's always reading books all the time and so fascinated with just reading and testing things out. So was Belvedere, so I think both of them would probably would love to have something like that built.
Yeah, I mean, I was considering hiring myself out, or not hiring, selling my services in construction and the like. Downside comes where it's somewhat difficult to arrange for permission to build and the like.
I can understand. Well, whenever things get available, but in mind paying you for those services so we can have one of those built. I like the way it is.
Yeah, I also have been working on a form of construction that allows me to attach things to the cliff sides. So so a lot more vertical building can happen.
Well, then, you ready to head back home?
Oh, he's gonna go with them. And I knew you wanted to help them with stuff.
Yeah, I could temporarily go with you all. Or I mean, if you want to just take all the stuff down from in there and bring me the decorations, but I feel like it might be easier if I go with you.
You want to keep the decorations?
Yes,
Okay.
Ideally.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, just because I like how I decorated the place, and so I basically just want to make another version of it here and just use the same decorations.
That's fine. Yeah, I can do that.
Also, you had a wolf.
Belvedere is now armed.
Oh yes.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, yes, that's the other thing. I have my pet dog is in the apartment as well. He probably will not like me temporarily, but he's very cute and small, and so.
Okay, okay.
If there was a
The
way I could
dog.
get a
Pets can't typically move houses,
Yeah.
so unfortunately.
Well, somebody else can
someone will-
take care of him.
Yeah, we'll have to adopt him.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna head back though. Belle, do you need to stay here a bit longer?
No, I'm good to head back.
Okay. All right.
Thank you again.
Then when you get back, we'll have that conversation.
Sounds good.
Where's the stairs? I was planning to build today and I didn't get a chance to.
So, Ashlyn, what made you want to move here?
Mostly it's Amantello that moving here, and I.
It's already 1. I haven't gotten to hang out with AP at all today, so I probably won't stream much longer. Ooh. Just because he worked all day and I've been streaming and haven't
I'm
spent
not a
much time
huge
with
fan
him,
of
so-
cold, but I'll deal in order to
Tolerate.
Yeah, I will tolerate it.
Endure the winter.
I really do like Last Bastion though, so part of me was considering trying to do some kind of dual citizenship thing, but I don't think that's really viable.
No takesy backsies.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Can't come back.
Unless you ever really want to move back. I mean, there's obviously an open house.
No dual citizenship.
Duck multiplied.
Oh, did they?
Oh my gosh.
Alright, so
Let it load in.
Emilia,
Yes.
I can tell you about Genevieve if you'd like.
I don't really need to know anything. I just that she
Yes,
moved
you do.
is enough.
No,
Oh?
you need to know.
Okay, what's up? Is it a topic for...
Yes.
Okay. Also, where is August's house that he wants the tree moved? Or chopped down?
I don't know anything about that, but August's house is further east down the shore.
Okay. I actually need to go take a peek at some curtains that I couldn't get rid of. I had to destroy a house because the
There's
person
this one.
permit. And you know what? I can just give you papers back, and when you're done, I can put you back over in Mortis. Will that work?
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
If you happen to have a key to the door, can you just remove the locks on it?
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you.
Do you want me to just set your horse free?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
may
want
as
a
well.
saddle
I'll
or
get.
anything?
Oh, did not mean to get on him. Let's see. Yes, I will nab the saddle. And then, sounds good.
Alright. I do house inspections a lot, so I don't know who that is though.
Oh, Mr. Rudder.
Yeah, I heard the name earlier, but I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's James.
Yeah, I don't think I've met him.
He's an interesting fellow.
Who's this one?
Oh, Miss Venus. I saw her a week ago.
I thought, wasn't there another man that was living there at the time?
Yes,
Was.
but I don't know where he went.
Okay.
Maybe we could move the houses over here and just have everyone live similar to the way the other places are doing it.
Yeah. I really like that little laboratory for maybe Belle and brother Jefferson.
Whose is this again?
Miss Sable.
This is Sable's shop. Yeah.
Okay. Is Sable still around?
Oh,
Should
yes.
be. Yeah.
Just made me clothing
Quite
3D.
often.
Whose is this one?
This should be.
There's no sign.
Lula. Lula.
How do you know?
The sign's over here.
There's a big sign.
Really big. There's your sign. And then this is Genevieve's over here.
Is this the one that we have to take down?
I'll take care of it.
What does she
Is
use
this
to
a
do?
home? I thought this was a shop.
Oh, wait.
It is a shop. Yeah.
The name changed.
Boomstick?
Boutique.
Is it a business or is it a home?
No, it is a business.
Maybe we need to find Miss Genevieve and ask her if she probably gave it to somebody else, or...
No, Genevieve's not, I don't see the name anymore.
I need to speak with you on that.
Okay.
Is it a private conversation? I can, wait here.
Okay. So, Emilia, Genevieve is still here.
What are we doing? What are we doing with these?
But she's not Genevieve right now.
What does that even mean?
She has a bit of a dual personality.
What's her name? What is she going by now then?
Right now, in our books, you'll find her under Wilhelmina. She goes by Mina right now.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why didn't anybody say this sooner?
I couldn't find you.
I would have destroyed this if I didn't hear from you tonight.
Which is why I was...
Uh-huh. This is why I do housing and ledger audits daily. For these
Listen,
things.
trust me, she is still here. It was
Okay.
like pulling teeth trying to get her back here.
What do you mean back here?
She was residing with some Roderick and those people we were talking about that live in the glacier.
What is her house name?
But no, she officially she lives here.
No, I understand that, but Roderick and whomever?
Oh, the archivists.
I see. Okay. I've heard that name twice today now. Who are the
Yes, they have a
residents?
particular interest in books.
Murderer lives there, right?
As far as I can tell, they're basically everyone from Grimwoods that didn't like to play nice.
Oh, the ones that were outcast.
Correct.
Exiled. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, well, should we be concerned?
Genevieve was
considering-
going through.
Wait.
I have spoken.
Wait. Let's circle back here. Samuel called her his wife earlier, remember?
Yes, that is still the case.
It's really, like, it adds more to
Yes,
it.
just trust me when I say it, dear. Samuel has it under control. I've been inspecting his abode as well.
How massive his home is all the way up there.
What? Whose?
It's I was talking to Belvedere about Dalen's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, that monstrosity.
It is. Have you
So
spoken to him
I
about
trust
it?
Samuel with his wife. Right? If it becomes an issue, then I will let you know.
Okay.
Can we burn his house down?
Whose?
Yes.
Whose? That's all
Ready.
stone. How would you burn it down if it's stone?
I can make some hellfire grenades.
Yes.
With hot enough fire, you can make stone burn.
You see?
Why would you
Yes.
burn it down?
Just to rebuild it into something better to the eyes.
I will have a conversation with him because if it's just him living there, it's entirely too large, and it's.
You've been hanging out with me.
Are you
Some-
Are you ready to? Have you paid your
Yeah,
stuff?
I'm all set. Yeah, I was wondering if you mind if I grab another horse from the stables or something there, just to replace the one that was.
No, go ahead. It should be unlocked.
Okay. I will be right back then. I just wanted to ask permission first, because I know that there's plenty there, but still.
Yeah, it's very huge for one person. I guess I should live it
He
up.
might have people living there. I don't know.
I've been watching him, and
Let's
I've
blow
only
it
ever
out.
seen him come in and out, and some visitors who I
Wait,
wonder about.
Astrid and I can speak with him. I can speak with him. There are quite a few people that haven't been around in a few weeks that are no longer on the ledger as well. I'm gonna be going through and making sure their houses are cleaned out and or removed. There's only 2 people left over at the brothel out of, the 7, so when you see Zanari, would you let her know that Astrid and I need to speak with her?
Of course.
So, there was another house over on the hill. That direction. It had 3
Oh.
people's names on it, but there were only 2 people living there. The third hasn't been in the land in a long time. But I never got a chance to speak to the people that live there.
Oh, you saw both of them today, Victoria and Miss Davenport.
Okay. Is that who that
As
was
well
that lived
as well as Anne Burnett, yes?
there? I think Anne lives over here, though. She lives this direction.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Anne lives.
Yeah, I think it was the one that they had 3 people, but the third hasn't been around and moved from the lands.
All right, take care, you 4.
You as well. Safe travels.
Yep. Be safe.
I'll let you know about that meeting.
Yes, please do.
Mhm.
And if you just need something made, just let me know, and I'll see what I can do to work on it.
All right.
Um,
Bye, other chemist.
but I'll say that the house that was over there, the 3, the size and the decor was fine. There, nothing needed to be changed, but I just don't know if they know that their third party hasn't been around in a month. That was all. That, nothing needs to change for that housing. As long as the 2 are still there,
I see.
Who lives there? Davenport and whom else?
Victoria, my girlfriend.
You who? You really have a girlfriend now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've yet to meet her, to be honest with you.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, you got all these women that are usually all over you. You got them beating you up and chaining you down. And... Have you noticed that he's got a side door now? Have you seen that, my love?
No, I didn't.
Oh, wait until you go. Yeah, swing right to his side room. If you go right over there, he's got a door built there. That's where he sneaks them out.
Yeah, I mean.
There's only one.
Right. There's one girlfriend and many lovers.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's no lovers of any other of the one.
For somebody to build a side door along your room, that's interesting. Could have just used the front door. It's just one.
No, we're not giving keys to people that
No,
don't live there.
yeah. I specifically
you don't
made
have to
the
give him
keys, so I made her the keys so she can only get through that one door.
We don't want her to have to do the walk of shame through the house too.
The walk. It's not. What do you mean shame?
Yeah. Then again, it could be imaginary girlfriend. I've yet to see her.
It's not Victoria. It's not imaginary. Emmy saw her today.
That, or maybe it could be a crush that you have on her, and you're just already putting on the title for somebody that doesn't even know that she is your girlfriend. Like I said.
You've met her.
I have.
Yes, she's the one that always wears blue. That's always around me.
Miss Heidi.
Oh, Heidi.
Oh,
yeah, Heidi. Blueberry.
No, no, definitely no. No, definitely not. Goodness sake.
Oh boy. Well, you know, your love affairs are your own. Just when you catch another sexually transmitted disease, just make sure you see the doctor immediately. You know how those women at the brothels are.
I give up. I'll talk to Jefferson if that ever happens.
Very good. I know he always saves you with the ointments, so.
What do you mean saves me? I'm usually the one saving him with all his diseases.
That's, that's valid. Good thing you both know how to treat these things. All right, what's next on the agenda?
But that's really it. Other than yeah, that's really it.
Okay.
Yes, no, unless, if you have any other questions, I may be able to answer them. If not, yes, no, I think I was gonna head out and find more cooking recipes.
You can buy the recipes in the library if you have
Yeah.
the coin.
I'll have to take a look, make sure everything is in there.
Oh, it is. I wanted to say that librarian did the same thing that he did to the library in the archives in the unnamed city, and killed the person who would give you the books of oils, and now he sells them for 10 silver. It's a monstrosity.
That's quite a bit.
I'll have to pay him a visit.
Well, you'll definitely have to pay him. That's for sure.
Belle, if you need coin, just let me know.
Okay.
I have a little coin I can spare.
That reminds me,
not,
I do need to go to the...
Not for ladies of the night, okay?
was this? Oh, no. Emmy, no.
Right, no.
Oh, shall I show you my temporary housing by where we're constructing?
Bill, did you see where we started working? I can't remember if I showed you or not.
No.
Maybe we can have a laboratory built there. Oh, for you and brother.
Who?
You and your brother.
I don't have a Bella.
Brother.
Why would I want to be in the same room as my brother?
Just give me a vial of fulfillment for my cream balls.
Oh goodness! Don't eat them, Dante.
Dante eats my cream balls all the time.
Oh. Oh goodness.
Come along. Oh my. What do you have here?
Everything we need.
Okay.
Well, it's nice that you
nice.
set up a nice, good office area.
Nice schematics, Astrid.
If we're going to do this right,
I would like a laboratory.
and like I said, Emilia, if you'd like, you can get into contact with Misery and add her to the list of contractors there on the right.
That would be amazing.
We have one. You did.
And, well, the one that she built. Have you seen it? Did you see it?
No, I don't care to look at what the cheap Misery builds.
And no, not Misery. The lady that gave me the explosives.
Oh no, I didn't go inside her house. Why did you go inside her house?
It's not inside of the house. It's the hospital that they have built down there at that town center.
Oh no, I did not go into the hospital.
It's actually pretty nice.
It's
That's
very
a nice,
compact. It's very tight.
That's how I like it.
It is what we currently have.
Do we actually need a laboratory?
Well, for people that need to do research,
What are you going to be able to do there? Blow yourself up?
Maybe.
You're not a chemist.
I can try.
Your husband's going to kill himself.
Probably. That just means I get to replace him.
No. I would haunt you forever.
Then don't kill yourself.
Yes, that sounds like sound advice.
Would never kill myself.
Uh-huh. You're gonna make me a widow and then I'll have to replace you.
But how can you be a widow and then replace me? Then you're no longer a widow.
I'm still a widow.
Just because you're watching and being invisible doesn't mean she's not a widow.
I will take her with me as well. We go together.
No, you're not gonna. Yes, he did. Wow, I wonder where you got that amazing armor that's helping you so much right now.
I'm gonna need stronger armor.
That's the strongest in the lands, you fool.
No, it's not. I need something stronger.
This is why I called you a fool.
I
Now,
need
if any of you
like,
wish to
basic,
assist in these
us.
endeavors, I have left room in the tent here for more beds.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Dante, don't you want to tell Miss Astrid about the fire pit?
Fire pit?
Oh,
Everything
yes.
is not organized at all. It's don't take this the wrong way, Astrid, but it's kind of sloppy, don't you think?
That is the idea.
That's the idea. This one right here should have built it himself instead of having other people build it.
What?
But
I
yeah,
did
lazy.
build it.
What are you talking
The
about?
current state of the fire pit is like it is to give a more sense of relaxed environment, less rigid.
Unorganized.
Like he said, very unorganized.
Yes.
You said it first.
And it's just... I guess it doesn't really matter, you know. If you like it, old man, then that's fine.
What are you talking about?
You know, you won't see me being around that fire.
It's not my fire pit.
It was your idea. You're the one that wanted it.
But it was the council's idea.
Astrid.
The council's idea. You were
do you
sitting
wanna
there
come with
that
me
you
right here?
wanted a fire pit.
I can.
While these two lovers quarrel.
Lovers.
Yeah,
Yeah, listen
get to see
here,
you sitting there.
this is your man, and he's quarreling with me.
Keep him.
And this man has quite a bit of others.
So what
coming
if...
and going every night.
Okay, just stand back for just a moment. What if over here...
And asking for better armor, that's the best armor in the land so you could ever get, and the strongest.
Astrid, what if we put the hospital or the clinic right here? Do you think this is large enough? Or do you think it's too big?
I think it should suffice if we feel it has plenty of room.
And we could do a small second floor for perhaps a doctor.
Sounds good.
Okay, my thought process. There is...
That is the top of the line, and that
We'll
does
make the
you
hospital
feel
here. We'll have a stairwell in the center and put two apartments in the top. One on the left, one on the
There's
right.
no more. That's just,
Okay.
that's
Workshop or
what you
office up above.
unless you want to.
So, do you have a sign that we could place that says future site
own
of Bastion
company names.
Medical
Is this
or...
the armor that only
Can we just put it in here?
Yes.
Scale, or is there others out there that maybe could scale higher than what I have?
Yeah, we'll
This
put
book,
it
anybody
like...
can have, and it's the highest of anyone
It could be in the
ever
middle, or it could... Yeah, definitely the middle. That way, if I break this cobblestone, then...
Somebody else was telling me about a talisman or a stone.
There, planned medical.
Alright, so I would like to figure out how to do the,
Regarding the Neri, I think I may have an idea.
regarding the what?
Well, their construction.
What do you mean?
Well, the way I see it, she will have two options, and this is mostly with regards to, downsizing and whatnot.
Who?
It's the Neri, Lavender Lounge.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So, the way I see it, she can have two options. Option A being she can keep the lounge in its current state, but she will have to redesign the actual, mansion and whatnot that they have. Or option B, she keeps the mansion in its current state, but moves, as in tears down, but then moves Lavender Lounge to a plot that we offer somewhere here.
I agree. I would be willing to offer her the blackjack table that was requested previous as well, if she's willing to
Don't
move
we
it
have
here.
I think we have a roulette table as well, don't we?
If she moves it here, I would be willing to let her have those.
Okay, so that sounds like good options for her then.
So these are the stones that you asked if we could build it from over there.
Yes, just a slow, gradual decline.
Well, the problem is I don't know how to do that.
Exactly. So if we want, we can contract Misery, see what she can do.
That would be ideal. What if we put a bath here? Problem is there's no water to actually swim in. It would have to be.
We could. Come to think of it, would you like to simply put your bathhouse project here instead?
The problem is the lagoon has better swimming water. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I could always still build it over there. Just move it over.
Yes, what we could do here then, maybe a fountain of sorts? Act as a city park?
I was hoping I would be able to place a road or something over here on top of. Whoops. There we go. I double placed it. I didn't know where. Trying to see if I could get the cobblestone down, but I can't. Okay, it's 1:40. Oh my gosh, it's 20 minutes till I want to head to bed, so I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it here. I'll be around tomorrow again. I do need to get some GTA time in as well. And then back to Conan. Oh. Hello.
The Ultra Greatsword. Huzzah.
Hello. What are you guys doing?
Oh, just standing here. Exactly.
Well, I can see about making the Wolf Knight Ultra Greatsword.
Alright guys, I'm gonna call it, Sparhawk is streaming though, if you guys want to just go say hi to him.
I have one.
Who, Sparhawk is playing Belvedere. He plays with us on most of our RP games, but He's playing Belvedere now.
You said 2 strong.
And I think he's going to be on for hours, so
it's just
let's go
as
hang out
strong
with him
as
for
the
a little
one
bit
you were
while I go
holding.
hang out with AP for a little bit.
It's too strong for the lands.